Okay, let the carnage and bloodbath begin. I guess this is going to be an awful, necessary. But okay, so I have gotten to grips with some structures that I'm seeing now within the structure of the theory. It does not comport with some of my predictions, so I should be forthright and upfront about that. It's not that important. I've gotten around it essentially, but essentially, where to begin the story? I was always hoping that I would be able to firmly ground metagram within metatype, and that would confirm the theory. I did not want to make an independent account of an independent explanation that fused both. I wanted it to be grounded within metatype. Uh, that is not going to occur. That's not going to be possible, and that is simply because metatype is about content, and the pathological structure of the false ego complex, or the actual circuitry of it, the metagram circuitry, is something like habitual form. It's like and the structure of that circuitry itself is a kind of symbolic conflation, because it can't even keep track of itself unless it kind of has solid conduits which it uses repetitively at different junctures, so that it can kind of be a holistic creature unto itself, that it can kind of recognize its own internal sort of machination, or whatever, its own sort of mechanistic internal structure, as being cohesive, and being uh, anyway. So those are the structures that I have now more forthrightly come into view of, and I've been here before. This is These structures are what caused me to come up with the abstractions of the oath, the devotion, the prayer, the answer to the declaration, and the worship, those sorts of things. So now that I've gotten back to that, I've kind of resituated myself in the crux of that sort of. So I remember, I mean, that was such a lot of work, abstract work, that I basically, I mean, I even admitted that I didn't know what they meant. I didn't know, and in some sense now I think they have come properly into view, because they actually did not make enough sense until I knew enough about the sides of the mind within a meta type paradigm, within a meta type model of four sides of the mind, and then expanding those six component parts, which are um, yeah. Now I've when I've spoken about this in the past, it's been, I imagine it's been confusing for the listener, which I meant, these aren't notes that are really worth listening to. These are like raw theoretical research notes. Um, but I'm just the reason why I make them available is so that my work can survive me, basically, because I'm somewhat paranoid that uh, uh, that all my work will be for nothing. But anyway, if I don't complete it, but and I said that, there's a basic. I discovered these because I saw a basic pattern of four, which then I elaborated into six. Now the reason why the four goes into six is because I knew that there was a basic, that there were four. There were sequences in fours. There were sequences in fours. Now, the thing that made the four have to become six is because the sequence of 4 includes a repetition within the 4. And so you have a unique sequence, 1, 2, 3, and then the fourth thing is going to be a replication of one of the first 3. And when you compile, empirically, this was discovered. I empirically uncovered this from watching people for 20 years after having a model of cognitive functions, of 17 cognitive functions, of which only 12 of them make up part of the component parts that make up these circuitries. So after observing flows of emotional circuitry and seeing that they come up in chunks of 4, at least distinct sequences of 4, in which, as I say, one of them is a repetition of the first 3, then you end up coming up with patterns. You end up coming up with distinct sort of patterns and distinct sort of sequences. And instead of having a mess of mini sequences and things like that, all of which I have preserved. I know all the different valid sequences. That is what makes up the 48 metagram types. So there are 48 types of metagram circuitry. So those sequences have been preserved, but the way to make sense of them holistically within a single individual is that you expand the 4 to 6, because then everything gets a repetition. So you go from 4 to 6 because then it's not just one that gets repeated twice, it's more of them get repeated twice. Each of them gets repeated twice at that point. Now, when each of them gets repeated twice, it's like they are shuffled in a. When you expand the 4 to 6, it's not obvious how you expand 4 to 6, because the last 2 you don't know what order they're going to be in. So that also had to be empirically confirmed. So empirically, I went from 4 to 6. Okay. I'm just narrating this because it's important to in order to replicate the theoretical structure. Okay. Now what I have done is I've gone from 6 to 10. And when you go from 6 to 10 within the context of the 4 sides of the mind, you really get somewhere. It really does start to look cohesive and comprehensive, and it does start to get some explanatory power. But as I said, it's not an explanatory power that is going to be rooted within metatype. It's going to be completely independent of metatype and metagram, or it's going to be the theoretical. Structurally, I have to call it a fudge, because I really hoped that I would just find metatype, that metatype would just ground everything, and instead I'm going to have to create a fudge in which everything is satisfactory. And in some sense, I've lamented about this in some sense, but in some sense, this is now essentially an explicit departure from scientific. I have tried to replicate a scientific methodological system of inquiry, and that was only going to ever be possible if everything could be grounded in metatype. And it just can't be. So at this point, I'm now becoming a pure theoretician. I understand what people will think, that I was always sounded crazy and strange and like a crackpot the whole time. But essentially, I'm going to have to explicitly now say, well, that whatever introverted thinking, whatever TI matrix that I have created with my work, that has symmetries in it and that has all these satisfying correlations and things like that, the scientific merit, and when I say scientific, I mean in terms of essentially the methodological rigorous falsification of the model by and this is already was a slightly an ad hoc sort of thing, because I was using 2 models and to get them to reconcile, that essentially that 2 models rooted in the same hypothesis, one with an empirical arm of development and then they were going to reconcile, hopefully within the theoretical, hypothetical substrate, which was metatype, which is now not possible. So that's the end of science, basically. That's as far as I can walk with science, and in some sense, this I mean the problem with the whole scientific sort of idolatry around introverted thinking matrices or something like that is the idea that there's an external locus of control, that there's a that there's a structure that is going to dictate uh, um, content and form, and it just as if there's no sort of participatory agentic anyway. So there are lots of philosophical things that are laden into now where I continue to tread, which essentially makes me a kind of properly an alchemist in some sense. So now I have to put down the scientific hat and I have to don the alchemical uh, robe. Anyway, so be it. Okay, so now getting back to my alchemy as opposed to science. So in Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, what is the okay? So I'm now dissecting metagram circuitry, um, and I'm trying to put some meat on the bones to cash out. At least some of these words that I've used before, that, as I said, in some sense were created when I went from 4 to 6. I came up with these words, which are abstractions, and the reason why I made these abstractions is because I needed to keep track of the component structures of the internal metagram circuitry, so that they could be expanded, because I knew essentially that even though that basic set of 6 was at least structurally sound, and it was in the perfect position to be expanded upon, and in some sense I always kind of knew that it was going to go further than 6. Okay, so now I'm going to just go through some details of things. Um, Now, the reason why these words are so strangely abstract is because they don't mean anything within each guna. They only can be even defined relative to all the gunas together, sattva, rajas, and tamas, all the different sets of circuitry. Um, and I will speculate that they're also very important in terms of human communication within karmic emotional tones, cognitive inflections, because it's not just about people don't just care about content. They care about, which is in some sense almost, content is almost an abstract on some level relative to each individual false ego complex, um, or at least within the structure of my models. So I can't ground things too much talking about this, but that that it's not so much about the content of someone's emotional tone. It's about where it's being used in the false ego complex. What role is it taking the complex, within the complex of the structure, of the pathological structure, or the circuitry. Um, okay, so, and that role then now does have a quasi new form of content, but it's not content, it's about the form that it takes within the general population, if I can put it like that, within that there are such a thing as, like, for example, this is exactly the same as in MBTI, that there are such a thing as a parent function and a dominant function and an inferior function and a child function. That in the same way that there are those types of roles, there is that form of content. And so it's not so much that people care about the content of the emotional tone, it's the actual sequential role and flow in terms of how people would communicate with each other, in terms of continuing a chain of thought or something like that, that is taking on the character of these sequential roles in this particular sort of sequential flow. Now, that is the kind of content form that I'm talking about, which are denoted by oath, devotion, prayer, answer, declaration, worship. Sorry, that isn't in the most intuitive order of me reading it out. That's just from top to bottom as I read from the sin down to the death of the sattva unconscious. But anyway, now, so let me just tell you, in some sense, what the definition, therefore, of the oath is. So I mean, a technical definition, or a technical definition of oath is that in sattva, the oath is the subconscious dominant function, it's the unconscious inferior function, and it's the death in the ego. That is what the oath is in sattva. And in rajas, the oath is the unconscious child and the ego's parent. And in tamas, the oath is the unconscious parent. And there are very interesting. Now, in some sense, what is actually being tracked with these made up abstractions of oath, declaration, devotion, prayer, answer, whatever, what is actually being tracked is which slots in the false ego complex, in the circuitry of the false ego complex. It's just a way to demarcate which emotional tones, which cognitive inflections, what the pattern of dispersal, no, what the because in some sense, like, okay, sorry, let me technically break this down because it's too technically difficult to actually verbalize it. It's easier to write it down. But essentially, the declaration, worship, oath, devotion, prayer, answer, these are actually only made up of 3 identities in terms of emotional tones. When you reduce them all into emotional tones, there are just in each cognitive, in each false ego complex, there are only 3 sets of emotional tones, and that can also be expressed just by understanding that whatever emotional tone is put in the slot of the declaration is the same emotional tone that is put in the slot of the devotion. The devotion and the declaration are the same in terms of their emotional tone. I don't know what words to use. Emotional tone content. And the worship and the oath are the same in terms of the emotional tone content, and the prayer and the answer are the same. So the prayer and the answer are always the same emotional tone in a particular false ego complex. So is the oath and the worship, and so is the devotion and the declaration. So they're just 3 pairs. Now, they are interspersed. In some sense, they are expressed in a they how do I put this? I mean, these are all just technical things that I found about these things, even in coming up with these abstractions. Um, but the reason why it's worthy to make them six things, um, is because of what I was saying in terms of the communication. They seem to empirically have a kind of embodied, symbolic almost role that they play in terms of how people treat them in some sense. Because when someone is voicing or revealing, let's say, an emotional circuit, an emotional tone, an emotional that is the same emotional tone that they have in another side of the mind, but the people know that they are expressing it from another side of the mind. What I mean is that anyway, what I just said doesn't even prove the point of why it's useful to have six of these abstractions. In some sense, it might just be better to have 10, but that makes it much more unworkable. But and it also it's even more complicated because the thing is that, for example, the unconscious death and child is the same as the subconscious inferior and sin. So the tone of the so in sattva, the declaration, which is the unconscious child or the subconscious sin, that means that that emotional tone, even in the same slot, can take two characteristics, perhaps, or it can seem to represent maybe the unconscious or the subconscious more. It can seem to be more private or more objective. It sort of has a spectrum there. Anyway, and so I do think that depending on if people are around different environments or around different groups of people that are perhaps more sattvaic or rajasic or tamasic, that they can habitually, I think people will naturally habituate themselves into interpreting or sort of into corresponding with their own, because in some sense, if someone has a particular false ego complex, they are going to karmically um, comport themselves in a way that makes them be able to flow with the general agreed upon, you could say, or de facto sort of system that is embodied in a particular practice or in a particular sort of chain of command or something like that. Anyway, so what is my point here? Okay, I should just talk about some. I'm not going to be able to pontificate and make really a lot of sense about things. I'm just adding notes of things. So, the interesting thing here is, and this is if my overlay is correct. I hope my overlay is correct. It might be that my overlay is slightly off, and it needs to be shifted up or down or something like that. Um, because I have incorrectly associated metagram circuitry with the metatype substrate. Maybe that overlay is incorrect or off. So I'll just put that caveat out there. But in some sense, I've always related the six distinct things to the unconscious side of the mind, and then expanding it by 10, there is at least a correspondence in what I've been going on and on and on about, is from the parent function in the ego to the dominant function in the subconscious. That gives me 10. And that might be an arbitrary extrapolation. That will have to be something that sort of is empirically, I'm going to have to sort of empirically try to see if I can confirm that. But I think it would work. It seems right to me, but it might be too premature to make anything other than an indication. But yeah, so anyway, what is more interesting is how this makes sense, further sense of the emotional tone circuitry, in that then what makes sattva, rajas, and tamas unique, though actually structurally what I'm about to say, rajas and tamas are exactly the same. Sattva is the outlier. Is that the same pair? So, for example, the subconscious dominant and parent function, which is the devotion and the oath in the subconscious circuitry, whatever the subconscious dominant and parent function is, it doesn't matter what guna you're looking at. All emotional tone circuitry, if my overlay is correct, the dominant and parent function in the subconscious is always the same as the unconscious, inferior, and sin. It is always that. That is fixed for every single guna. But everything else is somewhat different, or at least in sattva, the ego dominant function and parent is the same as the unconscious dominant function and parent, which is the answer and the prayer, as they are referred to in sattva. In rajas and in tamas, the ego dominant and parent is the same as the unconscious death and child function. So that's an interesting parallel. And then they're both rajas and tamas, their dominant function and parent function in their unconscious side of the mind are by themselves. They're not repeated elsewhere in the sequence. Whereas for sattva, the dominant function and the parent function in the unconscious is repeated in the ego's dominant function and parent function. And that parity, I would guess, is what makes sattva have all of the nice things that the Hindus say about sattva, is it gives them access to what other people, because in some sense the unconscious dominant function and parent function is fundamentally, almost naturally, it is the most opaque or the most solid by itself, because it doesn't have this double subscription, because at least the inferior function and the sin is also in other sides of the mind, is repurposed as the ego's death and child function, and in the same way the death and the child function in the unconscious is the subconscious's inferior and sin. So already people get two bites of the cherry in terms of their inferior and sin function, because it's always repurposed in another side of the mind. Whereas the dominant and the parent function are monoliths. They're just sort of by themselves, except that sattva can use their actual emotional tone repetitive, because of how emotional tones are symbolically repurposed and repeated. Sattva can use those emotional tones to trace the content, to get a second bite at that cherry of the dominant function, the parent function in their unconscious. So yeah, but at the cost, Sattva has has an unconscious death and an unconscious lust, or death and child function, or a subconscious inferior and sin, which is by itself. So in Sattva, the unconscious death and child, or the subconscious inferior and sin, are standalone. They're not repeated anywhere else in the sequence. Whereas, as I've said, I'll just repeat it, in Rajas and Tamas, the non-repeated aspects are in the middle, are the unconscious parent and dominant function. So it's interesting seeing that asymmetry, and in some sense, this is why Sattva predominantly is so different from the other personality styles. And also, when I was concocting these abstract titles of answer, prayer, oath, devotion, those are distinctions which a tamasic or a rajasic researcher would not even think to try to calibrate those distinctions, because they only come in contrasting all of the three gunas and working out some kind of abstract archetype that okay, but but there are other parities that I'll just talk about. So I mean, for example, I spoke of the oath. I said, well, the oath in one guna takes on three roles, but in some sense that is always the same. No, when I said that is always the same, what I mean is that in each guna, the sin in each guna will have that same profile when you take them across the board. So, for example, the sin in tamas is the declaration. And so the declaration in tamas will have exactly what I read out for the oath. It will be the subconscious dominant function. It'll also be the unconscious inferior function. And I've read out the wrong. Oh no, I didn't. I've made a clerical error and I've said the wrong thing. So when I originally read out at the beginning, I said that the oath was the subconscious dominant function. That is correct. Of sattva, and I said it was the unconscious inferior. That's not true. It's the unconscious sin, and it's not the ego death. It's the ego child. Yeah. So, or I could say the it's the devotion which is the unconscious inferior. Oh, first let me. It's the see, this is why I make these clerical errors, because I'm writing this. I always write it upside down. I write it from lower to higher, and then when I'm reading these things, I'm reading from left to right, and I'm writing from left to right. Anyway, this is annoying. So actually, it's I actually got it wrong again. The oath is not the subconscious dominant. It's the subconscious parent. Okay. The oath is the subconscious parent, the unconscious sin, and the ego child. It's in sattva. The devotion is the the devotion is the let me start with is the subconscious parent. No, it's the subconscious dominant. The devotion is the subconscious dominant, the unconscious inferior, and the ego death. And in some sense, I mean, so, I don't know how to summarize this, but, so, I mean, it's somewhat interesting that in Sattva, the declaration and the worship only have one, are not repeated, except that obviously the declaration is the unconscious child and the subconscious sin, and the worship is the unconscious death and the subconscious inferior function. Um, in Rajas, it's the declaration and the worship as well that isn't repeated. That's an interesting correlation. And in Tamas, it is the oath and the devotion that isn't repeated. So that's even interesting. So, I mean, there are all these weird, irregular asymmetries and things like that. And I guess the other, the other sort of you've got three things. But it's just interesting that for all of them, the unconscious inferior function and sin is the same as the subconscious dominant and parent. Okay. So I've sort of described all of these annoying structural things anyway. And then I literally, I imaginatively came up with these abstract titles just so that I could eventually expand these things. Okay, I've already covered this stuff. And so then the thing that really makes the gunas separate and distinct in how they feel from one another, when I say feel, I mean like how they manifest, how their atmospheric kind of contribution or what they seem to emanate in a kind of karmic atmospheric sort of sense, is that there is a kind of signature logic which is being modeled here when, as I said, everyone's subconscious dominant and parent is the same as their unconscious inferior and sin, which is also the same as their ego, death, and child. But the steps that they take on the way there are different. And in some sense, Sattva cares a lot about its dominant function and parent function in its unconscious because it's the most refined, because it becomes their ego parent and dominant functions, or takes on that role as well. So how they use their emotional tone in their unconscious dominant and parent is much more monitored by a Sattva type. Whereas in Tamas, their ego dominant and parent is the same as their unconscious death and lust. Sorry, death and child function, or those are synonyms, by the way, child function and lust. In terms of my jargon. and they keep their own. So I mean, this is the main thing, I guess, between the different gunas, is that the rajas and tamas, in some sense, their parent and dominant function are kept somewhat secluded, and you know, or they keep them more private, I would generally say. Wait, I've just made another clerical mistake. This is ridiculous. Oh my word. So what I was saying was correct between the repetition of declaration and worship, but it was not correct because the declaration is also the same as the devotion. So, the dominant function, for example, the tamasic dominant function and the tamasic sin is the same. I wonder if that's the same in all of them. It's not the same in sattva. It's not the same in rajas. But yeah, so I mean, it's interesting. So there probably are two tiers of correspondence. There's the kind of this abstraction that I have made up, or in these sequences that essentially have these repeating pairs, in which, for instance, and when those pairs repeat, you get obviously a recurrence of the emotional tone as well. But I would say it's a stronger repetition because it's sort of as a module, the whole thing is essentially just repeated. That flow is understood. But I mean, it's interesting because then essentially I'm dividing everything up into 5 component parts or 5 modules, of which there are only 3 modules, and 2 of them are repeated, and 1 of them is left unrepeated, and that would perhaps even be the three-headed beast, as is spoken of in Revelations. And it's interesting that it says that the one head gets bruised. I wonder if that's the head that is alone, that is the most fragile, perhaps, or if it's always. What is weird though is that it is often spoken of as having 7 horns, and I only have 6, unless the 7th. Oh no, it talks about 10 horns and 7 heads. So I still don't know what the 7th head. But anyways. Unless the 7th head is the inferior function in the ego, which is in some sense the core of the false ego complex and what has been stolen from that inferior function, which is in some sense the work that, in some sense it's like the inversion of the crucifixion, which is why the work of the crucifixion fixes it. that it's something like what the whore of Babylon has done to the inferior function in the ego, and that is actually the linchpin of the whole. And in some sense, that might also be, yeah, that could actually be the seventh head of the beast, as the kind of, as the actual promise that is given from the false prophet. Which holds the whole structure together. Or it could be the sin as well. It could be the ego sin of the inferior function, which is only fixed by the work of the inferior function. Anyway, okay, that's speculative and theoretical. Yeah, but yeah, I did want to make some speculative theoretical notes about therapy. In some sense, it feels like that's toying with this is going to be the only way that I'm going to be able to make progress. Because even having a map of the structure and having a map doesn't, without getting the whole narrative sort of together, it doesn't really mean anything. And in some sense, you're dealing with all of the structure, the circuitry, this false ego complex circuitry. How do you actually pull it apart? I always think that it's I've always thought that there's a special role of the parent function in the unconscious. And then if you know the guna that you're working with, then you can see where that parent function, I mean, I would even say that the head, the one of the three heads that needs to be taken on is the one that corresponds to the parent function, which will always include the dominant function in the unconscious. But I always think that that is actually the core of the problem. In some sense, I mean, you could include the dominant function as well, but anyway, they come as a pair anyway. But so if you're going to do that, then it's easier with tamas and rajas, because then you're dealing with something that doesn't repeat itself, although the emotional tone repeats itself. So actually, maybe I shouldn't talk too soon, because it'll still have its pair, it'll still have its sympathetic pair, because the oath and the devotion will be sympathetically paired with the declaration and the worship, having the same emotional tones but in reverse. Again, like, I don't know what you're supposed to do with this. Which is the one that you take on first? Maybe it doesn't even matter. Maybe either one of them could be taken on. I only ever sort of controlled myself when I understood things like a seven-headed beast model of the false ego complex, that gave me real insight. But those 7 heads went from 13 down to 7. Yeah, from 7 to 13. From the subconscious death to the unconscious dominant function or vanity. The vanity and the dominant function are synonyms in my system. Okay, so the parent function is the enticed lust. So, I don't know if I'm right about the enticed lust. Well, you see, it might also be different for each gunner, so the speculation is very weak. But it's interesting. Well, maybe if you, well, that completely destroys the 3-headed analogy. But if you would just to take the parent function in the unconscious and see where that other tone is repeated, where that other emotional tone is repeated. So in tamas, the parent function would the emotional tone of the oath, which is the parent function in tamas, is the same as the subconscious dominant function, because the oath and the worship are the same, which is also the same as the unconscious inferior function, which is also the ego death. Yeah, I mean, actually, that would actually still comport with attacking the 3rd head, one of the 3 heads. I do think that you have to actually perfect the vanity. As I've said before, you have to perfect the unconscious vanity, but you'll never perfect the unconscious vanity until you take out the parent function, so that the unconscious vanity can actually see its own deficiency and can fix itself and can actually grow up, essentially. So that is generally my model of self-actualization. I call it perfecting the vanity, because the vanity is the only thing that you can actually work with. And I think archetypally, this is what I would call perfecting the vanity, is what is described in Revelations, where even power is given to the beast so that it can come against the holy city, and then only when power is given to the beast and the beast is perfected, then does holy fire come out and swallow and defeat the armies and the beast. So you have to sort of prepare it, and actually you do that first by maiming one of the heads of the beast, which I believe is the parent function. So in a tamasic personality, that will be, damn, I don't know how to write this quickly. Just put a star next to them. No, that one. Star there, and a star there, and a star there. In Rajas, that would be a declaration goes there, and that means that devotion goes there. Wait, maybe it's the same for all of them. Wait, does that look... No, it's not the same. And let's see, for Sattva, prayer goes there, altar goes there. Oh, that's interesting. It's easier for Sattva because there are no repetitions. Oh wow, that is easy. It's just between the dominant function. Oh no, it's not right. It's repeated. No, it's actually harder for Sattva. They've got an extra one to do. But it's all between the ego, dominant and parent, and the unconscious dominant and parent. Okay, so actually that makes Sattva perhaps way more complicated to do. Because everyone else, they only have to do 3 things. Sattva has to do 4 things. So Rajas, if I'm correct, the Rajasic parent function in the unconscious will have the same emotional tone as the dominant function in the ego and the death of the unconscious, or the sin of these or the inferior function. The inferior function of the subconscious, which is also the death of the unconscious, the declaration is the parent function, and which is the same as the dominant function in the ego, will have the same emotional tone as that. Sattva, the emotional tone is the same as the dominant function. Yeah, so in Sattva, the parent function is the same as the dominant function in the unconscious, and it's the same as the ego, dominant, and parent function. So they can actually, Sattva knows exactly what they're doing in terms of their parent function and their dominant function, but they have to control it in their ego to get on top of it. Interesting. And tamas, their parent function is the same as their inferior function in their unconscious, which is the same as their subconscious dominant function. That's tricky, I imagine, because that's underneath everything. Since that corresponds, that's interesting, let me work that out. That corresponds with the work of the 4th church as well. Spoken of in Revelations, in Tamas. And in Rajas, that corresponds with the work of the 6th church, which is Philadelphia. tamas, it doesn't correspond with any of the work of the seven churches. For them, it's all actually, they get like a free pass. Well, no, I mean they don't get. They still have to do that work, but for them, what's harder is the later stages of maiming. Perhaps problem with sattva is that it's hard for them to actually take up against their own parent function in order to slay the beast, because it's so perfectly replicated in their ego. Or maybe what holds them back is actually, I mean, the work, especially of the last four churches, would probably be vitally important to get right in a sattva, because otherwise it would sort of muck up the conduit. Interesting. Well, I mean, those are some interesting correlations that I think then would give at least a lot of good clues for therapy. So I'm going to take this model now. So I'm a sattva type, so I'll read through the last four churches and see how also the fourth and the fifth church should correspond also to the unconscious trial and sin. Not directly, but indirectly, because the emotional tones of the fourth and the fifth church, which is something like the form of the habit. Anyway, all this kind of habit sort of stuff. It's interesting. I think that it can all be summarized in the inferior function. It can all be summarized by the crucifixion. By the work of the crucifixion, I think, can just deal with all of this if it's just well enough understood. I need to think about that. I need to think about that seventh head of the beast. The promise of the false prophet and the maybe I'll call it the prime death as well. But it's not correspondent to what I used to refer to as the prime death in terms of where it's situated. But if the content of it is what ties the false prophet to the inferior function in the ego, which is then the kind of the magnetic reservoir which is electrically inducing the circuitry of everything below that. In some sense, that's a perfect alchemical metaphor between the false prophet and the inferior function in the ego. The false prophet, which is the floating parent function in the subconscious. Between that how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's only 5 or 6. Depending if you count the sin twice. Because perhaps you should count the sin twice because it's also the death of the subconscious, or it's the sin of the ego. But anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unless if you counted from 8, then you would get 7, 8. Because 7 and 8, you could argue, is the knowledge of good and evil, which is included in the magnetic reservoir, which is why there's so much sexual energy in the magnetic reservoir of the anima and the animus and such. When you look, knowledge of good and evil. 6 is the false prophet. And then the inferior function will take on the role of the anima or the animus, and then the parent function in the ego will have a corresponding, will take on a corresponding sort of electrical, sexual motif or something. That's a much more stable way of talking about it, but then the actual electric circuitry, I wonder, what is going on with people in the modern culture and society that they are so functionally disintegrated? I mean, is it because I don't think it's on this level of looking at the gunas. I don't think it's worth it to look at the gunas at that. Let me just take a look anyway. I mean, what are they doing? Are they taking their I would say that they are actually working it in reverse. They are exacerbating, they are trying to graft like a kind of an anima onto an animus, or an animus onto an anima. They are trying to sort of create a kind of hermetical synthesis, but they're trying to do it not by dissipating the electrical circuitry, but by exacerbating it, but by developing it. And so they are creating more arbitrary cognitive dissonance within the electrical circuitry itself. What are they doing? I think they have conflated their ego into their inferior function, which they are trying to kind of gain a negative power with or for. So they're transferring an expanded inferior sort of, they're seeing their inferior function being imploded and projecting the perpetration of that from their unconscious. which is also making them disassociate from their they're not going higher than their parent function in their unconscious. They are completely dead from their parent function upwards. They don't take any responsibility or accountability for emulating. They don't want to emulate any emotional tones beyond their parent function. So if they are tamasic, oh well, yeah, they are. Then they would be going worship, declaration, answer, prayer, devotion, oath. They they are skipping all repetitions, so they have no internal recursive monitoring of themselves. Let's see if it's the same for Rajas. Answer, prayer, devotion, oath, worship, declaration. Yeah, and then it repeats again. So they're not. They are avoiding all internal repetition. Now, is that even therapeutically sound? Because essentially, to stabilize that, I mean, it's basically being like a 10-year-old and never growing up past the age of 10. Because you're solidifying that structure and you're going to have a kind of narcissistic injury to stop yourself from having any kind of recursive development. Let me just see Sattva now. So Sattva goes devotion, oath, worship, declaration, answer, prayer. Yeah, Sattva can also do it. They're just skipping recursive. They are divorcing themselves from their inferior function in their unconscious, and they're doing that by projecting an inferior. Their ego functions, inferior function, is being perpetrated against by other people. So they're projecting damage, narcissistic injury that is being caused by other people, and they use that as an excuse not to experience any kind of recursive. But Sattva will find it the hardest to do that. Sattva, because Sattva's unconscious dominant and parent is their ego dominant and parent. So Sattva kind of gets a kind of automatic induction into their ego, even if they don't want to, because it's going to be the strongest, the strongest module. So Sattva is already sort of primed to deal with this kind of religious stuff or spiritual self-actualization. But there's still Sattva types are still prone to a false consciousness or slave morality. I mean, this they can still, in some sense, they could just create a very prescriptive sort of gauntlet that they have to live through in order to defer the work of actually self-actualization, although I think that they can't really escape it from themselves. Anyway, yeah, I think Sattva will. I mean, it's not as if Sattva aren't capable of bad faith, but at least Sattva, I think, won't be able to permanently live in a false ideological sort of narrative. But the other types, I think, probably could sustain enough narcissistic injury that they could sort of that's ideologically entrenched. And Sattva would probably just create a kind of a cult, sort of like the KKK sort of do it, where they have this crazy, kooky cultural mythology. Anyway, that's enough speculation, I think. Even apart from the clerical mistakes that I made, the last recording was a bit of a shambles. So let me getting into some more detail that is interesting and worthy of note, just that I can synthesize a lot of this stuff a bit better. So I do want to have another crack at getting into what I think is probably the source of the anima and the animus in Jungian psychology, but also what is what I see going on in modern culture, or these are recurring themes in some sense. I think that these have always existed, and I will be linking it probably with what I've already described in other recordings as Belial, the worship of Belial, and the worship of Asrogoth, although that is perhaps a bit of a that is not a general category, but I think Asrogoth or Azeroth, I think it's Asrogoth. Anyway, which are the two sort of spiritual inclinations, which are, I think, well, Belial is more of a generic thing. Azeroth or Asrogoth is specifically a reference to the Philistinian sort of style of religion or cosmology, or anyway. But then in some sense, I think that there is a I've gone into that in detail in the other recording, but I've linked the Asrogoth with sort of borderline, and Belial with sort of narcissism, and I'll continue down that road. But okay, so before getting into the anima stuff, which I want to link to the Belial and the Asrogoth, that when you are dealing with someone else who has a different circuitry to you, a different metagram circuitry, they come from a different guna, there are two types of reflection which are happening within their circuitry. You get, like, let's say, a real modular repetition in which, for example, everyone's subconscious dominant function and parent function is the same as their unconscious trial and sin, or inferior and sin. Inferior and trial are just synonymous, are synonyms within my system, within my jargon. So because that is always a correlation, or that's a fixed correlation between all three guna, but the other guna, they have other correlations which are different. That modulation, or that module of those two that sequential flow of emotional tones or cognitive inflections is going to be repeated. And then you get another kind of reflection, which is less. It's like which won't be a repetition of a whole module of two things together. It will just be a minor reflection of just a singular, just the same emotional tone. So, for example, a tamasic. I mean, I'll just use this example because it's the one that I used. That the subconscious dominant function is the same as the unconscious parent function, which is also the same as the unconscious inferior function. Those all have the same emotional inflection within tamas. So that is a very that is the signature of tamas in some sense, that they will have, each guna will have its own pattern and signature of how these things recur within themselves. But then there's a deeper thematic sort of pattern, which is also that the modules themselves also have a particular sequential rhythm in them. So both of those together, I'm just saying that this is important in the nuance of understanding sort of how people, the stylistic element in terms of how people communicate in some sense, because they have to communicate with the circuitry, with their false ego complex circuitry that they have, and therefore now there's more bespoke or specific structures which are also worthy of mention, which I'm just going to explore that a little bit, but as well. But let me just finish off this thought. So you get the modular repetition, and you get just the emotional tone repetition. Um, yeah, so that's just an added layer of and in some sense the modular repetition is going to be more personal, is going to be more what I'm just trying to describe is the kind of ephemeral quality that of how people are going to be either private, but not just perhaps private, but sort of sanctimonious about their own sequential style of informational processing or something like that. Anyway, this what I'm saying actually doesn't it can't be cashed out in any useful way until you actually know the content of the emotional tones themselves and the makeup of the emotional tones themselves, which then would also get you into more detailed mechanics, which is the fact that, for example, that when you actually look at the actual contents of the emotional tones themselves in relation to the four sides of the mind of that particular type, then you will actually see that some types will have represented in their metagram circuitry, which are the constituent elements that make up the emotional tones themselves, the cognitive inflections, that those cognitive inflections are two cognitive functions impinging on each other, and those two cognitive functions are themselves representative of the metatype anatomy. And so you'll see that some people will have, and this is something that I should have just headlined this earlier, is that it just so happens that my personality style of my particular metagram type, not even my metatype, but my particular I have a metagram type, one of 48 metagram types. And in my particular metagram type, all of my emotional tones are constructed from cognitive functions which fall within the ambit of the 10 horns. And I thought that that might be consistent for each type, but it's not. Or I should caveat that if it is, then my correlation between metagram and metatype, which I had always considered to be a fixed correlation, because I have very neatly worked out 17 groupings of metagram types, which I thought corresponded with 17 metatypes. Following from that assumption, then it just so happens that people's metagram types, people's metagram emotional tones, that if my metatype correlation with metagram is correct, it falls outside of those 10. It doesn't fall within those 10, or within the 10 horns. So it breaks that rule. So, but anyway, but this in some sense opens up therefore much more variety in terms of qualitatively judging each metagram type to see that, okay, well, their metagram circuitry is actually more reliant on another side of the mind, or is more focused, or is this kind of drama between these sides of the mind. The drama between the sides of the mind are somewhat imprinted into the metagram circuitry itself. And so you actually have a much wider variety of sort of psychological structural anomaly. They're much more peculiar, bespoke sort of structures of it within the false ego complex. So that's quite interesting. Um, and this might be why some types, which are famous stereotypes, like many people have found within MBTI, that you get this almost stereotype of an INTJ, or a stereotype of an ENFP, or a stereotype of an ENTP, and which seem very pigeonholed in some way. And more famously is probably the stereotype of an INFP. At least in my mind, that stands out as a very clear sort of stereotype. And they're always, oh, this person is a shadow focused of this type, that they're that some people seem to be more shadow focused than other types. Although I do think that might really also have to do with just structural impingement, or let's just say that people can have the same metagram circuitry, but their circuitry itself is under a kind of manacle, is under a kind of structural imposition, or sort of sediment that has calcified, um, which is what I'm going to be going on to when I get into the Belial Azrogoth sort of stuff. But okay, so have I covered all of this? Okay, so I think I've covered it here, everything that I wanted to cover. And the reason why I bring out all these technical sort of things is because these are the kinds of cadences which exist within. I mean, I tried to represent these kind of abstract cadences within my abstract language of calling them devotion, declaration, prayer, oath, answer, and because then there is some way, in some sense. I mean, I haven't explored this that deeply, because the only way to explore it would be for me to type somebody else within a metagram type, draw out their whole circuitry on their meta type, and then be able to say, okay, well, you see, this emotional tone that you're expressing right now seems to be coming from your unconscious side of the mind, seems to be coming from your parent function, and it is your oath or something like that. And you because you are a tamas, or because you are a rajas, that is also being underpinned or being reinforced, because that emotional tone isn't just coming from that, it's coming from a network, it's coming from a sort of a sub system, sub ecosystem that's rooted into other things as well. And that means that when you express that emotional tone, it has a different quality to it, because it has a different disposition behind it. It has a different dispositional spin, in some sense, which is grounded within your own false ego complex. And so this is where we get kind of a psychological cultural schism between people. But also these schisms are generally impregnated within culture and social constructs themselves to some degree, perhaps language spheres as well, because um, where essentially certain psychological structures will kind of reach a cultural hegemon, and they will have organized the language, or at least segregated or segmented the you know in some sense, again, I'm getting close to the subject of Azrogoth and Belial, because or more Azrogoth, but yeah. So I mean, these things are, sadly, I can't talk about them to completion, because they need to be seen holistically within a kind of ecosystem of mechanics, and this is why I would say psychology has remained so opaque for people that study it, because it's just too much complexity going on. And if you don't already start to model and map the right thing, then you end up with a quite an unworkable permutation or reduction, because you are tracking things that are real, but you can't see the grooves upon which they actually mechanically sort of arrange themselves. um, you end up not being able to see the wood from the trees, essentially. Okay, so, and again, this has to do with me importing now this. I have to create an explanation for these structures, which is essentially completely an independent synthesis of metatype. In some sense, metatype is such a simple structure. Well, itself is not that simple, but it is inert compared to how it's being used, and it's being used by something that is pathological, but that's also being driven by something that actually has a real life force, some kind of vital energy, or some kind of basic um, agentic uh, um, prime mover type of efficacy, some kind of sort of source um, spark of divinity. Even you can link it to those sorts of philosophical concepts. So what I am still so the closest thing that I can track to the ground zero of how the false ego complex develops is that the false prophet, which is the floating parent function in the subconscious, essentially meditates, is a fictitious voice which becomes like Father Christmas and delivers the knowledge of good and evil to the subconscious to electrically start off the subconscious. And as it's trying to do that, as it's trying to start the subconscious, at the same time, in this kind of primordial soup, in a kind of contemplative, meditative sort of, I'm talking in some sense, this is a level of consciousness which I think is usually not entered into until a first language has already started being developed, perhaps. But it's very much the same level of consciousness that is still accessible to a human consciousness or sentient consciousness before the development of the first language. So I think that I don't want to talk about it, but essentially I think that there is a way in which that the child will start to develop a first language, and they still won't have a properly formed subconscious. They will have a kind of they will have the ingredients before a subconscious is properly formed, but they'll be in that kind of, in this weird sort of, they'll be in the Garden of Eden, but they will have already have Eve has already eaten of the fruit in the Garden of Eden. Adam has not eaten yet, is basically what I'm talking about archetypally. So before the development of a first language, archetypally we've got the serpent who has made the promise to Eve, and Eve has eaten of the fruit. And Adam has not eaten yet, but in some sense his soul has already eaten, because his wife, his helpmeet, has already eaten of the fruit of knowledge of good and evil. So that's what I think is happening. And what is then happening, but how Adam eats the fruit. Eve doesn't just force feed Adam in some sense. In some sense, it's not even described. It just says, and Eve gave of the fruit for Adam to eat because it was good, because she saw that, and Adam saw that it was good to eat, or something like that. So anyway, but essentially, what I think is happening in those lines there is that the Eve was seduced. Adam Adam was perhaps something else. It's weird because Adam, I don't think, was just intrigued and seduced. He actually, he understood that it was good to eat. Maybe I should actually read it first. But take it directly anyway, but it's not that important. But essentially, what I think, how Adam eats the fruit is 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 the relinquishing of the ego's inferior function, magnetically in some sense. Now, the inferior function in the ego is is on the other side of the subconscious, because it's because the sin of the ego is the death of the subconscious, and before that is the inferior function in the ego. And so somehow those two things together, the death of the subconscious, the limit, the condition of the subconscious, it has to be set. The limit of the subconscious has to be set, and in some sense it has no material to create a limit. So instead it has to take it from the ego. So in substitution of having a condition that makes the subconscious real, it in some sense it has to already know that it's going to miss the mark, or it has to occlude even the target itself. It has to be blind to its own conditioning. And the only way that it can do that is by stealing something from the inferior function. It has to steal the promise. The promise that Adam extracts is going to be there's a spiritual theft that is taken from. There is a spiritual theft that is taken from the inferior function in the ego. And you could call that the projection of a shadow. So the subconscious, part of the subconscious, is projecting a shadow onto the inferior function in the ego. Now, that projection, I think, will be, generally speaking, the anima or the animus. Which, in some sense, I think will somewhat be culturally or linguistically even sort of interwoven into a role, into a weird sort of symbolic sort of thing, because as the false ego complex already, in terms of the false prophets, is already obsessed with themselves, is already obsessed with a collective, with an objective knowledge claim, the knowledge of good and evil, all those sorts of things. They're all basically an idolatry of an exterior locus of control, an exterior authority. So the idea is that knowledge can essentially displace the role of a living God. Now the purpose of okay, so in some sense, I think that the false prophet has to know that the ego is already, the ego has to sin in order to create the condition that allows the false prophet to function. And in some sense, the ego has to absorb the responsibility and the accountability for what the false prophet is doing, for what the subconscious. Man, I've been saying subconscious this whole time. I should have been saying super ego. But yeah, so the super ego, which is the floating parent function, which is creating the subconscious knowledge of the good and evil. Damn, I hate making these clerical errors. It's hard enough getting through this stuff. Anyway, okay, so hopefully you can, whoever's listening to this can pass that thing out. But so anyway, so the super ego can only function by getting essentially some kind of contract from from the inferior function, which allows the ego to essentially be the fall guy, and which can be this kind of magnetic target, which then the electric structure of the subconscious growing into the unconscious and into the ego can essentially end up meeting that mark. And when those things connect, then the false prophet is vindicated essentially, and essentially the external locus of control, the knowledge of good and evil, gets sort of validated or verified or something like that, but at the cost of the integrity of the ego. So the thing is that, like, the ego can't even reclaim its own integrity until it actually does something like the crucifixion, because then it gains access. The ego wakes up and gains access to what the superego has been doing all along. So essentially, the ego already tries to take over, but it's inane. It can't reestablish itself because it's not taking responsibility for the false prophet. The false prophet is using it to absorb responsibility for for the ego's sin. So the problem really is just to overcome the sin. The ego needs to overcome its own sin. It needs to blot out its own sin and sort of equalize itself, so that it's free to regraft, or to actually have a free hand over the superego. Anyway, that's self-actualization, but let me talk about what's happening in the opposite now. So what I think people are doing is they are going up to their parent function in this modern contemporary, sort of proto-fascist culture with identity politics and all that. They are going up to their parent function in their unconscious. And what they are instead doing is they have this kind of division of labor, where you have the worshippers of Belial, which are just kind of narcissistic drones, and then you have the borderline queen bees, who are ideologically purveying a kind of structure from, in some sense, it's from the inferior function in the ego is actually the root of it. So they've got an inferior function in the ego, which is, it must be very painful, because they don't want to take responsibility for it themselves, but they want to project it onto somebody else. So they want somebody else to be crucified for them. They're trying to scapegoat their own inferior function, essentially. So when they scapegoat somebody else, it is also a kind of, it's a symbolic, totemic, kind of ritualistic sort of thing, that everybody else better stay clear of developing anything higher. And in some sense, culture is actually also segregated this way, is that usually you you have a polite voice, you have a polite how you speak to people, and how you politely speak to people is that you don't speak past your parent function in your unconscious, so that you can be a good employee, you can be a good, because then you've got no recursive, you don't have, you're not expressing an emotional tone that has an imprint of a recursive reprocessing. So you haven't, and your higher order thinking is cloaked. So that would be the usual sort of, now what these people have done is they have tried to make a cult around banishing. I mean, in some sense, that was the function of religion, is that religion could talk beyond the polite. Religion actually directly addresses those recursive functions, in some sense, from the inferior function upwards. So anyway, sorry, I'm jumping around here a bit, but that the inferior function in the ego to the Asrogoth type of borderline queen bee sort of magistrate, what they do, or sort of, you know, the sort of the fascist symbol is very much, you know, like the magistrate. Um, they are proselytizing to unconscious parent functions to stay as you know, you address the magistrate, your worship. The magistrate is speaking for the collective, is speaking and speaking for the collective as they project a scapegoat that stops everyone from being anything other than a kind of pedant child within a kind of canonical narrative system or matrix or whatever, or some kind of general promise or some kind of general thing which is being proselytized and canonized as this negative promise, because it's not even like within somebody else. It's a negative promise because it's being projected onto somebody else. So in a more in a more in a more healthy individual, you would actually start to uncover the fact that your superego floating parent function has been projecting problems onto your ego parent function, onto your ego inferior function, and then that's where you kind of do your self healing and your self actualization. But instead, because these people project the shadow. Instead, their inferior function becomes pristine, becomes a kind of Superman. And the reason why it's not socially regarded as a Superman is because other people are evil, other people are perpetrating systemic oppression or whatever. And so it basically becomes a perfected inferior function that is taken out on other people's vilified inferior functions. And this is problematic because other people do have sick inferior functions, but in some sense, the kind of toxicity that produces is like uh, would be described as collateral damage, because in some sense the problem is all in their higher order, because they don't have enough awareness in their higher order thing. But also this whole thing makes it impossible to have higher order awareness because people cannot actually, they're not allowed to engage in their recursive emotional tones, their recursive false ego complex circuitry. They're not allowed. That is called going into your ego. That is called don't look at your ego, just stay a child and be adopted by the ideology or something like that. And the ideology is only in some sense bound together by the fact that they have in some sense this knowledge of good and evil, which is being projected on the outgroup, which is being projected on policing or field marshalling around a scapegoat. So you have this vilification of other people's inferior functions and other people's recursive functioning. So no one is allowed to think unless they think according to the formulaic ideological narrative or something like that. Now, that is what Asrogoth, I think, is. The worship of Asrogoth is that kind of identity politics pantheon sort of script. It's kind of like a dead player script. But what is more important than that, or no, where this comes from originally, this comes from an individual. This didn't come from a, this cultural device is modeled off a particular. Individuals did this first, and I mean essentially this is the archetype of a borderline personality disordered woman. A borderline personality disordered woman, and and to some degree, this general tendency is generally regarded, or in at least in the cultures that I'm familiar with, it's coded as female or feminine. It, it, um, uh, I mean, I would hazard a guess that borderline personality disorder is more prevalent on the female side of the biological divide, and that I would just say is just because of of in some sense just biological evolution and anthropological sort of evolutionary sort of facts that the fact is that if a woman dies in a tribe, that tribe will have a harder time growing its size and its power through through its members. Whereas if a man dies, you can replace that. In fact, it doesn't even dent your potential growth of So in some sense, allowing women to indulge in pathological uh, uh, in some sense, forcing men on average to put up with added pressure from psychopathology, in some sense, means that you end up having to have a much more efficient culture. So, in some sense, there's a kind of, um, and in some sense, this is very deeply involved with the knowledge of good and evil, with even the archetype of the knowledge of good and evil. That, in some sense, that well, if people are going to be functionally pathologically insane, then at least ones that have a more efficacious knowledge of good and evil, or who hone the knowledge of good and evil into a specialized gendered role, and that produce, let's say, useful byproducts from having a specialization of psychological labor, because it does correspond to things like, well, the fact is that women carry, that eggs are expensive. Eggs are evolutionarily expensive, and sperm or spermatozoa, whatever, is evolutionary cheap. That essentially one man can impregnate 10 women, but the converse is not true. So women are just more valuable when you are dealing with essentially, well, at least on the scale of numbers, on the scale of anyway. I'm just trying to say that there's an evolutionarily sort of pro-social benefit even for having women be the ones that have this kind of psychopathology, uh, because it will mean that they will have a disproportionate amount of uh, ability to control, in a more visceral sense, their immediate interests, which can be canonized within a kind of which in some sense can only be stabilized within a culture if there are stable stereotypes. So in some sense, if borderline was equally male and female, then you wouldn't uh, culture itself wouldn't be able uh, to take on. I mean, see, I can't generalize about this too much, but anyway, you see, it doesn't work that well on grand narrative. You can't even produce grand narrative around it too easily. But anyway, in some sense, this is the mechanism that leads towards simplification and reductionism into stable cultural totemic, sort of symbols and things like that. Um, I don't want to say that it's the only cause of cultural um, uh, specialization or a development of a kind of identity. But in some sense, it will always, as a residue, create a pantheon, because that's the only way that it can organize its kind of exploitation and control of other people's parent functions. Okay, so in some sense, it is made to address someone else's parent function in their unconscious side of the mind from their inferior function. And in some sense, I think that actually also does have a pedagogical value in the rearing of children, because you cannot talk to children as if they have recursive metagram circuitry, because it hasn't developed yet. You need to have initial circuitry before you can have recursive circuitry. So there is essentially something in the archetype of mother, which essentially I think is very much having to do with, and in some sense I think that even this is how the feminine um, uh, stereotype is this is the source of it, is that the inferior function. I do think that, yeah, I mean, I think the stereotype of the feminine is that the inferior function in the unconscious and the sin in the unconscious and the dominant function of the ego and the parent function of the ego, that those four things are kind of swallowed up into the inferior function of the ego, and they are expressed through the inferior function of the ego, which is in some sense like displacing everything that I just said within the archetype. No, that's the wrong word, but within the pure function of the inferior, of the ego, so that women actually give voice to the inferior function in the ego, which falls outside of the 10 horns. Does it? Yes, it does. So they almost give a final verdict by doing that, or so, anyway, well, as the stereotype functions, which is in some sense, I would say, I mean, this is why I always say that the work of the crucifixion is a kind of hermetical alchemy, because you have to synthesize, you have to synthesize that inferior function into a sentence, into an overarching summary, into, but in some sense that's not even possible without uncovering the magnetic contract from the super ego's floating parent function. Um, you have to find the name of the beast, as it were, that locked you in to the system. But anyway, and that is exactly what the feminine sort of stereotype archetype is. And then you get the sort of the devouring mother, which is like the borderline Asrogoth sort of thing that I've just been speaking about, which is essentially not about internally developing um, all the recursive functions into a solid inferior function in the ego, so that it can be expressed in terms of just a single cognitive function, just a signal. In fact, not even just a single cognitive function, but expressed within the metatype. I mean, in some sense, that initial female archetype that I'm talking about is, in some sense, the only way that makes metatype the, let's say, the normal mother. The metatype is like the is something made out of a mother type. Anyway, And then when so that requires internal integration between all the recursive metagram circuitry to express it as that. That's interesting because I think that I mean I'm calling it the mother, but there's that's purely workable for everyone. Everyone could hermetically synthesize that and integrate that. That's interesting. That might be a useful element in self actualization. So I'll just put a note there on that. But and then you get the disintegrating one, which is where essentially instead of synthesizing and integrating your recursive circuitry into an inferior function in your ego, you instead have a negative inferior function that is linking to other people, that is being that you're going to have a shadow that isn't being cast on your own metatype inferior function in your ego, but it's collectivized onto the collective. It belongs to the system. It's the systemic oppression or something like that. And that would be something like the devouring mother. And then if you do that, what happens to the recursive function? Then the recursive, I think then the recursive circuitry becomes the primary circuitry, and it's smaller because then with the projected inferior function onto other people, because somebody else has failed, everyone else becomes a debtor to you. And then your recursive circuitry becomes like a pseudo primary circuitry. And then all your other, then the initial circuitry, which is everybody else's initial circuitry as well, becomes a reflection of that new primary. So it's like a reverse engineering. And so they're not using their metagram circuitry in good faith. They're using it literally backwards in bad faith because they've already got the answer, and then they'll just fudge the thinking to get the solution. So they are in this sort of devouring mother kind of thing, but it's not just a devouring mother, because devouring mother is actually a very good way of putting it, because it has already devoured. It is a kind of hermetical synthesis because it has already devoured the masculine, but it's reverse engineering that masculine. So it's kind of like a post hoc masculine. So it's a post hoc sort of gap, filling whatever gap that there might be in. Sorry, I don't know if that phone call interrupted what I was saying. I think it didn't. Yeah, so there's a post hoc gap there. Okay, and then the Belial essentially, which is distinct from everything that I've just talking about, but it does correlate to it. Belial, I would say, has cut itself off from its recursive functioning, and it doesn't even care about its inferior function. In some sense, it's projecting a positive inferior. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So Belial, I think, is even disconnected. The worship of Belial is to be disconnected even from your own superego as well, perhaps, from your own floating parent function in the superego. And you are trying to create, between the knowledge of good and evil, you are trying to create a stable, a solid state that's kind of in a perfect equilibrium there. But anyway, let me not talk about its origins, because I think that what's happening is that what that knowledge of good and evil is doing is it's almost electrically, not magnetically going backwards, but it's electrically projecting forwards from after the dominant function in the subconscious up to the dominant function in the unconscious, which is where it's kind of settling itself, that the parent function in its unconscious is kind of projecting a positive inferior function on other people, on the environment, on the outside. So in some sense, it's taking all of its recursive, its parent function in the unconscious is segregating itself from all the subsequent steps, all the subsequent recursive emotion, all the subsequent emotional tone stuff. It's projecting it onto like an ephemeral ego inferior function. So I do think that it has kind of, it's got like a fairy tale, it's in a fairy tale relationship with an anima or an animus, whichever it might be, because you might have a female Belial as well as a male Belial. So I'm not just going to say that it's only an anima. So yeah, that's what I think is happening there, is that the the parent function in the unconscious side of the mind, or perhaps the dominant function, maybe the dominant function is really the source of this image, but it's being projected or broadcast from the parent function. But essentially, what is happening is that, I mean, in some sense, I think the parent function is always the master of the house of mirrors, and the smoke and mirrors trick and the kind of the self delusion is always happening in the parent function. That what this parent function is doing is it's projecting. It's in some sense it's inductively projecting onto all of its recursive metagram circuitry through projecting a positive shadow onto its environment or onto other people, so that it has an inferior function in its ego that is a projection onto the environment instead of having to go through its recursive function. So it's skipping over its recursive its recursive circuitry. So Belial also doesn't have recursive circuitry, or it's skipping. And in some sense, you can then see how the Azragoth makes a nice alchemical union in some sense with Belial, because Belial will receive the narrative that it wants to live within so that it doesn't have to experience its own recursive circuitry. And Azragoth gets to use that recursive circuitry and the space given to it by the worshippers of Belial to concoct a nice ideological paradigm. And the one has a negative projection and the other one has a positive projection on the ego inferior function. And so all so in some sense the it's like it's the same rationale that the KKK have. The top leaders in the KKK, the Grand Dragon Wizards and all those Grand Dragon Vizier people, they say we're doing it for the plebs. We're doing it because they need it. They need to live in this storybook. We need to create this little environment for them, and we need to give them a scapegoat, essentially, or we need to validate their own simplistic worldview or something like that. And so it is what I would call a kind of it's weird because the Azragoth people, I think, would be a kind of very toxic Keegan stage 3, and the Belial people would be a kind of a very toxic Keegan stage 2.5 or something like that. And between the two of them, they can see themselves as creating a kind of rational narrative and fitting together nicely, and sort of offering collateral support one to the other, because together they can justify a kind of colonization of the ego inferior function, because they've created a canonical narrative in which everyone, in some sense it's weird because some people have got a negative projection on the inferior function and other people have got a positive structure on the inferior function. And the problem is that that tension is an impossible tension to actually, that's why you have ethno-nationalism. That's why you end up having states that can only organize themselves around a single identity, because the narrative, the script it's a dead player script. It becomes so vacuous, it becomes so shallow and hollow and brittle that it ends up having to tie itself to very stupid symbolic totemic, kind of stricture. It has to create a narrative that can actually be performed. But the more, in some sense, you can only know that you're performing it by throwing someone under the bus, by having a scapegoat that you ritualistically are sort of burning at the pyre. And so they both need each other. The one needs, in some sense, it is more led by the Azragoth and the Belial people, because the Belial people, you can destroy their personalities by basically ripping the the rug out from under their feet, you know, because then essentially their heart will turn to stone, and they will, um, because essentially they you will have removed the atmosphere from their environment. If you collapse their environment, then then they have to ignite their recursive circuitry. They have to engage in their recursive circuitry. And at the same time they have to repudiate the environment that and the projection on their environment that they were used to. So that transition is going to be very tough. Well, not necessarily. I mean, it depends. I mean, it's going to have fireworks, because all the fireworks that you see are going to be programmed fireworks of what was permitted within the toxic ideological narrative. So it's kind of like trying to take a religion away from a fascist. Like how do you take religion away from a fascist who needs to believe that other people are evil in order to have their worldview functioning. But anyway, the Azragoth people are much worse, because they actually see the whole picture. They see it from the other side. They are what I would call they are completely bad faith actors. They know what they're doing. They sort of justify their field marshalling in some way, because they say, well, there's nothing else for humanity. There's no alternative, or something like that, or we need to fudge something. We need a tentative solution. Yeah, I mean, this is basically what I would describe as Keegan stage 3, but obviously my model is very different from the Keegan stages, because what he describes as Keegan stage 4 and 5, I think, are actually just more toxic bullshit, um, that actually probably fall foul of what I've even described as sort of some self comp. In some sense, I think what Keegan stage 5 is described as by Keegan, or at least from through the secondhand sources that I've received him through, is kind of like a combination of a meta fluidity between being your own Belial and being your own Azragoth. I think it's probably that kind of bullshit. Um, but in some sense, I think Keegan stage 5 is probably only stably, it's done on two fronts. You actually need a kind of phenomenological, psychological sort of, you need to understand like the metatype grammar of consciousness, the metatype model the base core 17 metatype model of how psychological reality functions objectively. When I say objectively, I mean as a static model. And then you also need to do self-actualization work in terms of extricating yourself from pathological structures within your false ego complex, which includes these structural things that I've tried to get into within Belial and Asragoth. So, and going up and basically making it through the Keegan stages, but probably not in the way that Keegan describes them, because, as I've just said, I think that his description of Keegan stage 5 is just dog shit, basically. That maybe I'm just getting that from the secondhand sources. Maybe in when he talks about it, he doesn't even talk about it that much, because he doesn't pretend to. Well, in as much as that it's been described as being the same as science or something like that, I think that then it is wholly corrupt, because I mean, supposedly there are about 5 people in the world, or 10 people in the world who know the static. What do they call it? Who understand the what do they call it? The standard model of physics, and essentially it's not some great Keegan stage permutation or something like that. It is philosophically it can be debunked very easily, and I've done that by talking to one of these people. I don't know if people can follow what I'm describing it as. But people who supposedly have a worldview which is consonant with the scientific paradigm, and with the standard model of physics and things like that, which is, just that basically, oh yes, chemistry, we know chemistry is not true at all, but it services on some function, and then you go deeper, and then that functions on something, and then you go deeper, and that functions on some level, and it's completely useless. I mean, maybe it'll help you. I mean, well, somehow, that won't make you a better chemist. It won't make you a better anything. Having that mess of modeling in your head between the groups of the family sub families of within science, and then thinking that you understand the world and thinking that that's a viable worldview. I mean, it's self delusional. It's a kind of conspicuous retardation, which gets away with itself because it's so sophisticated that so few other people can replicate it. Um, it's a little Belial treehouse, and you say, "Oh, we live in the treehouse now, and we're better than everyone else just because we're in our private treehouse." It's like belonging to a little private club or something like that. Anyway, it's very much it's another permutation of what I was talking about in terms of, perhaps a kind of conscious Belial plus as Regoth. I would say that the actual the real the real metatype, so the real Keegan stage 5 would be made out of synthesizing an inferior function in your ego and taking full responsibility for it, uh, which has a very particular line of self actualization, because then what you're doing is you are able to access the dominant function in your superego. And if you can develop your dominant function in your superego, then you can actually bring down the false prophet and displace it, um, with the tree of life. You can gain access to the tree of life because the dominant function in the superego is the New Jerusalem. And that becomes the new model for everything. Okay, this is something that I'm now going to make some further notes. This is something that I could have said earlier, uh, which is that it is quite interesting that then if you take the dominant function in the subconscious to the parent function in the ego, that's 10. That's 10. And then that's the 10 horns of the beast. And then if you take the subconscious death and lust, which is not really a death and lust because the subconscious is special, because it was given the death and the lust from the false prophet, the floating parent function, the superego. So I rather call it, rather than calling it the death and the lust, I call it the knowledge of good and evil. If you go from that, the knowledge of good and evil, down to the inferior function, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You get 7 or 8, depending if you count the sin twice, because the but in terms of in terms of metagram, it's covering 7 dimensions. But it's arguable that you should count the sin and the death as perhaps two separate things. I'm not sure. Anyway, so that those 7 could actually be the last beast. Maybe that I did originally say that the beast was from 7 to. Sorry, when I say these things, I'm when I give numbers like I just gave, I'm speaking slightly out of turn because now I'm not talking generically. I'm just talking about my type being a metatype 13. Being a metatype 13, I used to describe the 7 heads of the beast as from 7 to 13. And I still believe that the churches that are spoken of are in Revelations correspond from the false prophet to the subconscious sin. Those are the 7 churches, I believe. So the work of the 7 churches is covering that. But anyway, but it is interesting that I get 7 outside of the 10, and I wonder if that's 7. Actually, that's 7. Maybe I should look at the 7 churches to see if they don't fit in there. But it could also be another expression of the 7-headed beast. Anyway, it's the only weird thing about that is that because I always describe it as a floating parent function, the superego, that means that 876 and then 543 would be empty, and then 543 would be empty. 2 would be the inferior function. The truth is that 6, 7, 8. I mean, in some sense, 8 and 7 are very much, if those are the knowledge of good and evil, those are essentially equivalent to 6 because they come from 6, which is the false prophet. And then 543 is empty, and then 2 is like a magnetic reservoir that is being communicated from 6. And then essentially how it goes through that 543 creates like a weird image over 2, which is like the anima or the animus. which is kind of like the wishful thing. It's kind of like the impetus, the energy that runs this whole thing. It is the magnetic differential that causes the electrical potential for the subconscious to electrically develop its circuitry up through the unconscious and into the ego. So this magnetic band over here means that there ends up being a special relationship between 8 and 7 and 2, the knowledge of good and evil, and 2. That's interesting, because that could also be a good way to learn how to spot metatype, is through those types of signature. You could perhaps learn how to cold read people very, very, in a very profound way, just by looking at that. Except it would be hard to read that potentially if they were a Belial. If they were one of the Belial people, they would kind of be vacant on that, because they would be living in their own autistic projection of a positive inferior function on their environment. They would be positively projecting onto their environment. It would only be the Azragoth people that you would be able to work out by induction, by their shadow projection onto their environments and perhaps onto you. You could work out what's going on in Azragoth, but even an Azragoth worshipper, but even that would be not easy to work out, because when they are extolling an accusation, you don't know the private account of it, so it would still be relatively opaque. And in some sense you would have to deal with the filter of language. But people who, at least what would have been called neurotypical, or more neurotypical, more embodied, more self-developed perhaps, that they actually didn't become a cerebral narcissist or a histrionic, a cerebral histrionic, as I call them, or a hybridized borderline as I call, which I've now sort of included within this archetype of a worshipper of Azragoth. In some sense, I think that the worshipper of Azragoth, that's exactly, they are actually identifying as this magnetic thing. The worshipper of Azragoth is seeing the knowledge of good and evil being forwarded or extolled from the position of the inferior function, which is projecting a shadow onto other people from their inferior function. And then they are doing that so as to induce an electrical, they are doing it because they want to control their primary, they want to control their recursive circuitry, which will become a primary control under their primary control because of this induction. Because of the shadow induction, they get to, in bad faith, get to induce the current that they so wish in their recursive circuitry, and then their earlier circuitry, ontologically earlier circuitry, will develop a sympathetic sort of current in it. So they get to kind of be an internal propitiator of their whole circuitry, but it's all pinned on on a shadow projection. It begins with the shadow projection. Now Belial doesn't begin with the shadow projection. Belial gets into the unconscious side of the mind and develops an actual edifice. They have to actually, Belial, worshippers of Belial have to develop their unconscious dominant function and a corresponding unconscious parent function that is positioned to to correspond with a positive projection through their inferior function. So their parent function in their unconscious is conscientiously hopscotching all of their recursive circuitry so that they can instead experience that recursive circuitry as a positive narrative that is made out of the inferior function, which in some sense allows them to autistically experience their own animus or anima. It allows them to engage in it directly. So they are actually receiving a kind of intimacy, but in some sense it's predicated in the parent function in the unconscious, or even the dominant function. I don't know how to describe it, one or the other. It's happening through the parent function, but it's happening also because of the unconscious dominant function that is in some sense in a direct relationship with the inferior. They have somehow, there is a direct relationship in Belial between that and the inferior function, but that inferior function as well in the ego will probably also have an anchor, an external anchor point. It'll be related to an identity. It'll be related to a particular condition. It will have to live in a magical forest. It'll have certain constituent promises that entrench its worldview, that stabilize the environ, um, the paradigm, because essentially the inferior function is a paradigm that has built into it all of that recursive functioning in some sense. So in some sense, the Belial is directly dealing in the mystery, and they're not willing to actually, they're not willing to own their upper half of the unconscious side of the mind. They have given up on their upper side. Half of their unconsciousness has been essentially consigned away. Actually, when I say half, it's slightly less than half. It's the last third. It's the inferior and the sin. But in some sense, the parent function also has to deal with that cognitive dissonance of doing so. So the inferior, the parent function as well, is so busy doing this. The parent function in the unconscious side of the mind is so busy trying to hopscotch over these problematic recursive functions that they are that it's also pretty much all gunked out on cognitive dissonance and internal problems for doing so. So it's got this kind of, and the parent function in the unconscious, like all other parent functions, will have, in some sense, this is probably um, the main perpetrator of being able to mess with memory. Um, the parent function in the unconscious side of the mind will be the gatekeeper of memory, because it wants to keep its project alive, and sometimes the only way to do that is to selectively forget and to re-edit and to change the narrative, and to be very fast and loose with the details, to remember things selectively that are convenient, to help. It's similar to the word confabulate, but it's a kind of embodied confabulation of being able to preserve a particular method or modus operandi. Okay, so in some sense, Belial is trying to electrically induce the magnetism of the inferior function in the ego, which it wants to live in. It wants to live in that inferior function in the ego. It becomes its environment, and it is used to displace. It's used to displace the recursive. It's used to avoid having to wade through the recursive circuitry, and so it never has to go through recursive circuitry. I mean, yeah, so look, it makes sense why people want to avoid recursive circuitry, because you can avoid all horrible paradoxes and things like that. You can kind of, at least, you can protect yourself from becoming, from other structural problems. So, both of these are useful tools. I mean, in some sense, even healthy people will use some, in some sense, there are versions of Belial and Azragoth which are probably not avoidable, because otherwise, if you didn't have some kind of heuristics that worked like this on some subjects, on some matters, the false ego complex would become it would become so disparate, it would become so complicated. Um, in some sense, one must hope that one can understand more in a more detailed way these types of mechanics, so that one does not unconsciously rely on them, but instead consciously relies on them, so that one is careful and selective and deliberate in one's um, now in some sense Azragoth already does that, because in some sense Azragoth has already, the worshippers of Azragoth just have already chosen to use their inferior function in the ego as a projection, as a shadow, as a shadow projector, because essentially they have sided with the knowledge of good and evil. They have sided with the external locus of control. So in some sense, I would say that the worshippers of Belial are kind of like enslaved by their own circuitry. They found an exploitation, they found a mechanism, and they're stuck exploiting it. But Azragoth really has real bad faith in it. And they are in a quite a highfalutin, sophisticated way, they have already settled with their subconscious. They don't want to invalidate their subconscious. In some sense, they are living for their subconscious. They're living for their Keegan stage 2, and they don't want to let it die. Instead of trying to cleanse the Keegan stage 2, which I think in some sense can only happen later on, because well, I have to maybe remodel some of my self-actualization stuff, because it all has to do with understanding the peculiar nature of each of the gunas. Perhaps if there's a methodology there, to the order of operation, but maybe it's just actually just understanding what's there, just seeing and understanding what's there, and where what is happening. And then once you're familiar enough with your own sort of internal structure functioning, then you can try to clean it up if you want to, which is sadly that's the problem. Because the Azragoth and the Belial stuff, I think, those are non-starters. People that are interested in that kind of self-deception, those are games that, in some sense, I think it's probably easier to help people that are worshippers of Belial. I think they can be rescued fairly easily. It's the Azragoth people. And in some sense, the Belial people are also beholden to Azragoth, because the Belial people, in some sense, are hoping for an ecology, for a psychological environment that is ruled by Azragoth. So it's weird because it's kind of like a hand in a glove. They fit together. So that's problematic. That there's a kind of Belial has a codependency with an external inferior function. They're both pretty screwed. But Azragoth, I think, well, you see, well, no, you can't really compare them because they're just different. Because essentially, when you are talking to someone who is a worshipper of Azragoth, the question is, are they willing to let go of the knowledge of good and evil, essentially? And when you're talking to a worshipper of Belial, they are just kind of looking for the creature comfort of being accepted in a psychological environment, in a psychological collective or something like that. They're looking to belong to something that will give them a kind of integrity, that will verify and validate their identity, and will validate their exploitation, because essentially they have worked out how to use their dominant function in their unconscious side of the mind to manufacture the illusion of their anima or animus, of whatever they so desire. They can actually achieve it. In some sense, they still have to work for it. They can't guarantee. They can't. In some sense, Belial can't self-delude itself too much. It actually does do real work. It actually has to achieve it, but at least it's capable of actually arriving at what it wants. The problem that it has, though, is that it's built on a kind of delusion. It's built on a cognitive dissonance, but it doesn't ever have to confront that cognitive dissonance. It can shield itself against that cognitive dissonance in a way that it's not really surmountable. So they can choose to just insulate themselves in the same way that Azragoth can just choose the knowledge of good and evil among beyond any kind of self-integration. You can just say, no, I don't want to care. I don't want to be a more integrated person. I care about the knowledge of good and evil. I care about identity politics. I care about systemic oppression. And then they just give you the propaganda of their knowledge of good and evil. Belial, on the other hand, is more secretive, because in some sense it doesn't matter what they articulate. It matters. It's more a motivational problem. So the one is a motivational. Belial is a motivational sort of pathology structure, and Azragoth is a kind of is a it pretend Azragoth is a kind of like a transcendental sort of perversion. In some sense, Azragoth does see itself as a kind of Keegan stage 5, because it has linked within itself, controlling its own unconscious side of the mind through its ego, which is hooked up to the superego, which is even itself, the superego is just actually a conduit of the knowledge of good and evil, which is from the subconscious. So in some sense, the problem of Azragoth is that basically it doesn't want to, it wants to forget the fact that it has a superego. It wants to forget the fact that its superego was began with the false prophet. So Azragoth is almost essentially the perfect child of the false prophet. It is, in some sense, it is the natural evolution of the false ego complex, is the worship of Azragoth. It is, in some sense, a very balanced form of psychopathology, which essentially just vindicates or verifies the initial toxicity that the whole. So in some sense, it's reconciled itself with the fall of man. It doesn't care. Okay, so anyway, I think I've gone through now everything that I have to go through. Yeah, I mean, this is something that I've been thinking about for a long time, but I am very curious if there aren't actually some. It might just be the fact that there are some inferior function, ego inferior function contracts, to put it like that, magnetic resonances that are just impossible to diffuse. In some sense, the consciousness that created that in league with the false prophet, when they created that, they created it so it would not be overcome in their lifetime. That somehow in the meditation period they already committed themselves. They already deliberately put themselves into the category of unredeemable in some sense. I wonder about that. I also wonder if perhaps the Azragoth, that there is a way to even read that name to know that, well, no, this is a child of Azragoth. This is not interested. I wonder, or I mean, I still think that it is possible to get through to everyone, but I mean that would only be possible if you had the actual power, the full power of being able to intervene, which you can't do in a liberal society, and which is good that you can't do that. I mean, you can't just have people experimenting on each other without consent. But I'll just say that I'll just say that what was I going to say? I was just going to. I mean, that's something for me to look for, is to read the inferior function, to more quickly diagnose if I'm dealing with what kind of combination of Belial or Azragoth sort of worship is being involved in someone's circuitry. Oh, yeah, I mean, I do think that it's closer to the analogy which is used by the Buddhists and the Hindus. Actually, they use it against each other as well. Um, they call them soggy toast, or wet, wet, wet grass, or a wet match. I mean, the analogy is that how much energy would it require to don't proselytize to people who are like wet hay. You're not going to set it alight. You're not going to be able to burn it. They don't want to burn it. They want to keep the chaff. So don't don't try to take things from people that isn't ready to be burnt. Essentially, is the kind of so don't don't waste your time with soggy toast. Essentially, but also, I mean, it is effectively impossible when you're dealing with some structures, because I mean, well, I mean, obviously it's all context dependent, but and you can always create a long term, perhaps at least cliff note for someone to think back on if they ever do so. But when you've got people that are collaterally supporting each other with their worship of Belial or Azragoth, it's probably much harder, because they can use each other to sort of keep on undoing the work that you might be doing in trying to diffuse there. anyway, so yeah, these structures are so elaborate that they are not going to be diffused easily without some kind of, committed sort of therapeutic model, or at least some kind of well delineated book of self actualization or something like that you can kind of navigate people towards seeing the model of their false ego complex, or something like that, and then learning about it specifically, and then seeing how it functions inside of itself, and showing different models of how you can self-actualize from the pathological structures, or the natural inclinations and such. Anyway, yeah, I mean, I don't know if you would be able to produce a book for each person. You might need therapists, or clinicians or something like that, or some. Anyway, in the absence of doing a thorough review or survey of potential tools of proselytization, and just sort of basically going off my general intuition and considerable experience, I guess I would say, though, uh, dealing with people and seeing states of health and integration and maturity, and also as a lead in to talk about psychological politics further, and specifically into the kind of gender politics, as it is essentially reflecting at the moment in the contemporary sort of cultural climate and such. Although, I'm going to directly confront the issues of gender within the psychological sort of archetype. So I'll just say that if you're talking to someone who is a worshipper of Asragoth, is the kind of hybridized borderline personality disorder, ideological narrative peddling sort of person, that kind of person, I believe, would that kind of person could be brought into reason, or brought into the fold, or something like that. But you could only talk to such a person who was not actively trying to, in some sense, there's a less bad faith variant within the worship of Asragoth, which is in terms of when they are actually looking to sort out or to recheck their knowledge of good and evil. That is the only point at which that you could actually successfully proselytize to a worshipper of Asragoth, where essentially you would have to proselytize to them over the knowledge of evil, and you would have to show them the paradox or the self-contradiction within their own schema, within their own psychological worldview, or something like that, and show them in a kind of meta-argument sort of way, model to them how they are basically just perpetrating a kind of incessant internal bad faith, which is insulating itself from being able to see itself as being in bad faith. So it's sort of like one hand washing the other hand, but you could only do that through essentially getting them to explore the knowledge of evil, and then seeing how their mechanism for being justified through the knowledge of good and evil, which then allows them at the same time to essentially reverse engineer from an ideological narrative systemic oppression, from a scapegoating of a kind of projection of somebody else, that they can kind of get their own internal circuitry to do whatever it wants, or to be, they can insulate and protect and validate their own internal circuitry. And it just means that essentially that their, what would be in an ordinary circuit, recursive circuitry, becomes their primary circuitry, and then their leftover circuitry becomes a kind of sympathetic ad hoc sort of post hoc generation that supports that foregone conclusion. So in some sense, they are generally just begging the question. I mean, that's another way of seeing that the people in Asragoth, in terms of their own internal circuitry, they're begging the question. But usually they even explicitly don't care that they're begging the question, because they identify themselves as being the agent of the knowledge of good and evil, and therefore their shadow projection onto other people is just actually there's no alternative. There's no other way to function. There's no other way to that's how you prove the rightness of your ideological narrative. And everyone, and it's just assumed that you must have an ideological narrative, because otherwise there's no way to integrate the higher sides of the mind. The So they count themselves as a kind of wizard in some sense. Okay, let me say as well that yeah, so you can try to get them privately when they're thinking and philosophizing about the knowledge of evil, but essentially, if they're in the bad faith compartment of their functioning, then they don't care, because they've already committed themselves to the fact that you need to have a negative shadow projection from your ego inferior function onto the world, onto other people, onto a scapegoat. As soon as they've got that, if they've got that mechanism ensconced or enthroned in their psychological schema, they're untouchable. You cannot save them from themselves, essentially, because that is an endless bad faith insulation sort of device. You can't stop them from doing that. This is what makes borderlines real native borderlines, naturally occurring borderlines, not just ideologically hybridized borderlines, but actual natural borderlines. This was what makes them so toxic, is they have that commitment, essentially, and they won't drop it because it's too useful, because it insulates them from any kind of accountability, and they can always just project accountability onto other people using a kind of narrative as a backdrop. Okay, so if they actually, but you see, this is the thing, is that the worship of Azragoth means that generally they don't actually care about the knowledge of good and evil. They are willing to go with the flow. They are willing to just believe in a kind of perennialism. So, this is why religiously, the flavor of their religion, if you were to color their psychological operation as a kind of religion, you would call them a kind of perennialist. So they don't care, because for them the truth doesn't matter. The truth is contemporaneous with the current flow of the zeitgeist, or something like that. They don't care. So the knowledge of good and evil is not even something that they will take that seriously. They just need a narrative. They just need a script to peddle, or to be a pedant therein, so that they can perpetrate their bad faith sort of shadow projection, so that they can always be right, and always be sort of beyond reproach, and they can always divert any pressure from themselves. They can deflect it onto other sources, onto some part of the narrative, which they're very good at extolling. Okay, so Azragoth can be redeemed. Worshippers of Azragoth can be redeemed, but only ones that actually care about, let's say, the subconscious component, the knowledge of evil. If you can catch them at a time at which they're contemplating the knowledge of evil, and get in on and share their philosophical meditation on that, and then you could use that to turn them on their own psychological structure, and then they could essentially start to free up access to what should be their recursive circuitry, which they've been using as a pseudo primary circuit, and then they've been using what would generally be people's initial electrical, because essentially they have been running their whole circuitry on a kind of magnetic induction from their ego. They've been running it, in some sense, through the auspices of their superego, that has been used as the conduit from their subconscious to their ego. So they've kind of got a subconscious ego which doesn't care about the bad faith that it's doing to the unconscious side of the mind, as it's working it sort of in reverse. Which always means that it needs an audience. It always needs other people. It needs, because it runs out of energy itself, because it's top heavy. So it needs other people to buy into it because it doesn't even believe in what it is. So it's so infused with bad faith. In some sense, there are versions of Azragoth which perhaps get around this kind of conspicuous bad faith because they're like, no, 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 it's a game and we can all play the game, so let's all get in on playing the game and get in on the scapegoating sort of ideology, get in on the systemic oppression narrative, because using the systemic oppression narrative, we can use this to collectively author a new world and in our image, in the image of themselves, you know. So it's this very, again, I do think that I am correct in saying that the worship of Azragoth is very much similar to, in some sense, the fulfillment of the toxic structure in the false ego complex. It's very much in league with the general sort of pattern of the false prophet, which is in some sense the beginning of the false ego complex, um, the real root of it. Okay, now. And I do think that Azragoth, in some sense, also, if you want to tie it into gender politics, it in some sense is kind of male and female. It's both. Um, to some degree. Although, I mean, what it's projecting, it's weird because it's like, I mean, I guess in some sense you could say that it's more female, in that it's like the devouring mother pretending that it's already devoured what would make it integrated and synthetically complete, and then saying that no, well, it's been damaged by a perpetrator and that's why it can't have nice things, is because other people have taken from it or besmirched it. The other gender politics stuff that I wanted to get into here is I was going to say that I think that everything that I'm saying can very much be occupied by both sexes, obviously, but I do think that there are some filters that are common filters that I might as well speak about in some sense. So I was going to say that, like, I do think that the healthiest feminine archetype in terms of having an integrated inferior function in your ego is when you internally synthesize everything into a perception on the inferior function in your ego. You integrate, and you take ownership and accountability of all the recursive circuitry, the latter half of the unconscious side of the mind, into the ego's dominant and child function, uh, or sorry, even dominant and parent function, and then you end up with a synthesized inferior function. Now, I think that this is the difference between masculine and feminine. That essentially that the mature feminine and the mature masculine are almost exactly the same, but they embody themselves differently. But like esoterically, they have the same content. That they are synthesizing everything into an inferior function, but the mature feminine archetype is something like that the inferior function is actually voiced, whereas the masculine is that the the inferior function is inside voiced, is internalized. So in some sense, the the integrated mature feminine voices, speaks on behalf, speaks in the valence of the inferior function, and the mature masculine is supposed to think in that valence. That is supposed to be the thought process. So in some sense, a woman or a female, in the mature archetype female, is meant to vocalize her inferior, and a masculine mature archetype is meant to, let's say, internally monologue the inferior, the ego inferior function voice, that's integrated. And in some sense, that is almost the definition of gender in a kind of, at least in my culture's stereotypical sort of divide. Um, Now, in some sense, I think that this might also have to do with child rearing, because if a woman is vocalizing her inferior function in her ego, she is perhaps capable of modeling a sense of responsibility, which can be seen conspicuously by young infants growing up, that can be imprinted on by a role model. So therefore, women become much more conspicuous role models, whereas the masculine role model is internalized. So you can't get at it by looking at it from the outside. You can only get at it by actually initiating yourself into the program or something like that, or being inducted into it, being actually going through the work of elaborating it into language, into a worldview, into an agreed upon worldview which other people correspond with. It's kind of like a club or something like that, like as in a membership. You have to you have to learn the lingo. You have to learn the interface so that it can be communicated within the internalized thing. Whereas the woman is actually speaking on behalf of that process, from so in some sense women are more atomized in their expression because they express it, whereas men keep it inside. Therefore uh, they can intuit it. They are men, therefore are more predisposed to um, finding ways to transcribe it through a more elaborate form of integration that's embodied or something like that, whereas women are expressing it vocally, immediately, in the immediate. And I mean, this is I'm talking about archetypes, so obviously people need to be able to do both. And obviously my belief in self-actualization is the hermetical synthesis between these two archetypes. You need um, but anyway, in some sense, the crucifixion itself, I think, is an explicit vocalization of the inferior function. Where Jesus is going full feminine by completely adopting the identity that his ego um, is has portrayed to others, and he's not willing to argue with what other people are projecting onto his inferior function, and he just accepts it. And so he becomes the Son of God, and that he doesn't know why his Father has forsaken him. And he speaks as the Son of God because he says, "Well, today, you people who are thieves and murderers beside me being crucified, today you'll be with me in the kingdom of heaven." So he just completely mixes it all together. He plays the part that is being projected onto him, and he adds his truth to it. And he says, "Father, why have you forsaken me?" And so I see Jesus actively sinning and actively identifying as the sinner, so that his superego can be resurrected. Anyway, I mean, this is more complicated as well because, in some sense, this whole thing, what I see happening in the crucifixion, is a pedagogical allegory used for other people to follow the way. because Jesus is the way. So that he's literally instructing how the work of the crucifixion functions. And 3 days in the grave, which was not fulfilled, I would say is only fulfilled if you understand that the Last Supper was the first day in the grave, that he was already dead, because he had already adopted the sin of the world. Anyway, but this is getting too esoteric. But I don't want to get sidetracked by that. But and I do actually think that in some sense the technology of the crucifixion, which was being exemplified, was in some sense directed purely at Judas. But anyway, it's we get into those sorts of weird, complex, esoteric things. But let me rather just focus back on this gender stuff. So in some sense, the way that the Belial worshipper uses gender is in a pure correspondence form. And so I do think that like worshippers of Belial will have and you know and the people will always have these kinds of mechanisms uh, and these kinds of heuristics and things like that built into certain subject matters, but it would simply have to do with how they have projected from their dominant function in their unconscious onto um, some sense sattva might be more prone to this than the other types, perhaps because the dominant and the parent are the same as the dominant and the parent in the is the same module uh, as the dominant and the parent in the ego. What's the important point here? Okay, I've just looked through my notes, and I think that Belial will, will only be a manifestation of a Rajasic type and a Sattva type. And I think that those two manifestations will will be distinct from each other, will have their own sort of sub-signature. Because in Sattva, the dominant function is directly correspondent with the dominant function in the ego. The dominant function in the unconscious is correspondent to the dominant function in the ego, and the parent function of the unconscious is correspondent to the parent function in the ego. Whereas in Rajas, it's like it's just switched around. Um, it's also stylistically not, it doesn't line up. It's not the same module, but the dominant function, the unconscious, will have the same emotional tone actually is the same item as the parent function in the ego, and the um, dominant function in the ego is the same as it has the same tone. Oh man, I said the wrong thing when I said that it does have the same component. It doesn't have the same components, but sorry. I mean, yeah, it does have the same emotional tone. Sorry, my notes are not written so clearly, but okay. So say again that the emotional tone in the unconscious dominant function for Rajas will be the same emotional tone as the parent function in the ego, and the parent function in the unconscious will be the same as the dominant function in the ego. Yeah. So it's just like a slight inversion there, and it's not the same module. But that's interesting. I wonder what they would. So in some sense, it's like when they do Belial, it'll just have a slightly different signature in terms of that sort of projection. But the whole Belial projection is a very personal thing. It's a very ephemeral sort of personal thing. It's like an impersonal self-inception that, as far as I can see, is primarily occurring through the parent function in the unconscious, which is then um, reflecting uh, onto the inferior function in the ego. Actually, I mean, I guess that kind of correspondence wouldn't even matter if it is jumping over all the recursive circuitry. Oh no, but I mean, it will, because what they're projecting onto the inferior function will be like a conflation or a compounding of all the circuitry that they're skipping over, will kind of inform a narrative inside what is being projected onto the inferior function. So it sort of becomes like a magical forest in which the forces of all those things are being projected onto the environment. And then it's, I guess, slightly strange that the parent function, which is doing all this projection work, is itself emerging again within the Rajasic element, within the dominant function in the ego. So there's a weird kind of, it it has a reflection of its own power within the magical forest, which means that there's a hidden thing there that can sort of deflate the whole projection onto the inferior function. Which the inferior function, when I say that, in some sense, it's not being projected onto the inferior function. It's that the inferior function is being seen as being comprised of these recursive elements, but they're being exteriorized onto the environment. And in the Sattvaic example, with Belial, I think what's happening is there's such a strict correspondence. I wonder if they would even be able to have a Belial sort of function. Anyway, maybe this whole, maybe what I said was wrong about Sattva and Rajas. Maybe it's Rajas and Tamas that are more prone to sort of Belial things. I mean, it was actually me who was saying that. What did I say? Did I say that it was Sattva that perpetrate Asragoth? More, I was talking about Asragoth, not Belial, wasn't I? Oh yes, because Azeroth goes the other way. It goes using the primary, using the top end of the circuitry as a primary thing, and then reverse engineering back from that. See, I'm pretty sure Sattva wouldn't, because the bad faith is so obvious for a Sattva type. But for the other types, they're more convoluted. Really floundering now, I'm jumping around. I lost my own thread. I think I need to go back and talk about that thing that I was talking about with Jesus and Judas, otherwise it's going to be weird. But so what I see Jesus doing in the work of the crucifixion is he is modeling a complete ownership of the mystery of the what in Revelations is spoken about as the whore of Babylon, which is written on her forehead, mystery, mother of harlots and abominations in the earth. Oh, and Babylon the Great. It is mystery, Babylon the Great, mother of harlots and abominations in the earth. And that is kind of like the mature feminine. I mean, it's even St. John even remarks that the woman on top of the scarlet beast, he what's the word? He was sort of dazzled by her majesty, or something like that, or he was mystified by her, or something like that. He was taken in, looking over her. And I think that when the ego completely owns that element and voices it and embodies it, even as I think Jesus was embodying it in the work of the crucifixion, then because he embodied it and he takes accountability for it, then it loses all of its power, and he gains full access to the superego through the resurrection. So he can establish a dominant function in the superego to bring down the false prophet. So anyway, so what you see depicted in Revelations as this kind of, well, this woman on the back of this, riding a scarlet beast. I think that is the inferior function in the ego, and as I said, it's internalized in the mature masculine archetype, and it's vocalized in the mature feminine archetype. And let's say it's fully embodied and synthesized in the work of the crucifixion, as it's being embodied and also taken full responsibility for. It's being spoken into being. The mystery is being finished by its by extolling it, and embodying it and walking with it, by carrying it on your back, even though how did it get there? You know, it was put there by false accusations and things like that. Well, it's just owned, it's just taken as if it was chosen, as if it were deliberate. and the mystery is indulged in. Father, why have you forsaken me? And so essentially there is a crux, there is a mystery, which is in some sense the insolubility of the false ego complex, which cannot be solved. And when it can obviously not be solved, then you can get a real rebirth or a real resurrection. Because in some sense, the problem is that the sin of the ego is never precipitated. The sin never occurs. Because at least if you could say, well, okay, well, I've sinned, now it's finished, now it's over, now it's a new story. You can't, that never happens with the ego. It's a perpetual sin. It's not that the sin happened, it's that you're living in it constantly because it hasn't been expended, it hasn't been executed. So in some sense, by embodying the mystery, then you execute the sin. You actually finish it. You do it. And then it's done. It's been fulfilled. Because you aimed to fulfill it. So, it's the paradox of aiming to sin, aiming to miss the mark. You aimed to miss the mark. So when you miss the mark, then you actually hit what you aimed for, which was to actually sin. And now you've done it. You wanted to sin and you sinned. Now it's done. Now it's complete. It's that simple. Is that the non-execution of the will, which is living in sin, would only be resolved by actualizing the sin, uh, making it real, so that it would cease to be latent. And in some sense, it's all because in some sense you had this mother in the inferior function in your ego was the mother of your false ego complex. But because you wouldn't see the world through her eyes, and because you wouldn't embody that vantage point, that viewpoint, you couldn't expend it. Because in some sense you were adopted by that viewpoint, you were adopted by that perspective. But until you actually allowed that perspective to be actualized and to be reach its actual conclusion, because in some sense the subconscious is, in some sense the subconscious was not the son of the superego. The subconscious was the son of the ego all along, because the superego had no value with which to bequeath the knowledge of good and evil. The false prophet had no resources to give over other than that which it stole from the ego. So the ego is the true mother, essentially. And the crucifixion is the redemption of that hidden story, the recovery of that hidden factoid. Because this is the problem, is that the subconscious was birthed by a mother, and it essentially, the paternity, that it had no father until you embodied it, until you fathered your own conception in the fallen state. And so that's what the work of the crucifixion does, is it embodies the fathering. It provides the agents, it provides the actual agent for the work, uh, uh, because you're already in the effect of that work, but there was no agent that affected the work in the first place. So it was sort of like there was no paternity with which to resolve the issue, because there was no agent that could be sued, or could, or had the integrity with which to make a redemption from. Because in some sense the problem with the false ego complex is that in some sense you start in the middle of the story, because you proceeded from an assumption which never happened ontologically, which is why the ego has to go through the crucifixion. And in some sense, when you do this, you are destroying the notion of time. You are destroying the idea that time has an external locus of control, and that it operates you like a puppet string, or like a puppeteer. And so this is how you actually become self-realized, and you rehabilitate your self-determination, is by uncovering it, by the performance. When I say performance, I don't mean as in like an act, but by the performance of the integration of the ego into this self-realized state that's capable of doing the work of the crucifixion. It is the work of salvation. So the other thing here to do is anyway. I was talking about the masculine and feminine, and I got lost going from Astrogoth to Belial. And I was going to say that Belial always has this kind of perfect correspondence, and it, in some sense, is quite fluid in its gender politics, because it's all contained within the kind of solipsism of an autistic self-inception, in which whatever attitude they have, they are setting themselves to be correspondent with some kind of magical forest projection that they live within. But there can be certain rules of that they have in terms of sustaining the same sort of consecutive um, structure of and paradigm. So they might have a whole system of sort of personal ritual and triggers and things like that, and tokens and sort of. But it's, it's very much like kind of the narcissistic personal worldview or something like that. But and that projection, in some sense, I think, will have a copy of everything, even perhaps a copy of themselves. It's probably what Sam Wagner talks about when he talks about, I can't remember all the words that he uses, the introjective objects and things like that. The introjects. The, yeah, so I think the whole Belial thing is all about introjects. And those introjects will themselves operate according through the matrix of a conflation of all the recursive circuitry that happens, which they don't enter into because they've got an introjective permutation of the same thing. Let me just think how you would fix someone that had a Belial. So their problem is that they can't locate the inferior function to themselves. Their inferior function is an umbrella. And I wonder if this could also be because that their inferior function might even fall inside of some of the emotional tones themselves. It might actually just be a species of metagram circuitry in which nominally the ego inferior function is itself represented in the inflection, in the cognitive inflections, in the emotional tones. So that's problematic. That there might be that kind of structural problem. Don't know how. But it's interesting as well because I would say in the modern contemporary political era that in some sense, because the cult of Azragoth is so strong and has so much cultural hegemony in identity politics, essentially, and how institutions have already accommodated it and give way to it, um, and they sort of lose their integrity and their structure so quickly to make room for it. Uh, that the Belial, there is a hybridized Belial as well, which people who aren't natural narcissists have a kind of they are still operating a kind of hybridized worship of Belial, where they are not using their recursive things and they are trying to to create their inferior function to be a kind of umbrella projection of their environment. They are creating introjects. They are being inducted into creating introjective objects and to coddle what is essentially a form of narcissistic injury, um, so as to kind of ground that structure, and it also goes hand in fist with the hand in glove with the kind of with the cultural hegemon of the cult of Azeroth, Azragoth, or whatever. I really should find the spelling of that before I keep on using that word that I don't pronounce half the time. So what's the point here? Is that so I'm trying to think about how you would stop someone. Yeah, so I mean, in some sense, I think what you would do is using the model of meta type and the particular type involved, you would be able to identify the inferior function in the ego, and you would be able to identify the recursive metagram circuitry and what it was like, and then you would basically coach them into entering their recursive circuitry and into reconstructing their inferior function as being one that pertains to them and not collectively to their environment. I mean, I've just outlined that because I don't know the specific mechanics, perhaps, of how to deal with that. So yeah, that's. Wait, I was going to say more things about gender, but yeah. So I was just going to say that, like, in the sort of Belial thing, I think even they get sick with their own narrative, which is why famously narcissists become covert narcissists, or they invert some of the time. They become collapsed narcissists. Even grandiose narcissists will at some point become collapsed narcissists until they can kind of recharge or recapitulate themselves. And in some sense, they do need some time to collapse because they lose sight of what it is that they're even doing if they don't stop it every once in a while. Because they'll just become numb to their. Because in some sense, it's a form of, but the Belial thing is a form of exploitation of the structure. Um, because they get to design the game, they get to be the game master. Um, in Dungeons and Dragons, they would be their own dungeon master essentially, but that stops becoming useful. Let me think. What happens when they become collapsed narcissists? I wonder if they even, if it's not that they become anything like the cult of Azeroth or something like that. I think what they in fact do is they try to play the losing side of the dungeon master that they see that they have corrupted the rules of the game in order to unfairly enhance themselves, and then they do that for other people. They do that for other people against themselves, or at least they imagine how it might be done for other people and against themselves. And that is the state of the collapsed narcissist, is essentially their inferior function in their ego, their environmental, let's say, world computer or something like that, or sort of the dungeon master sort of aspect starts disincentivizing themselves and privileging some other category, or privileging some arbitrary sort of thing, or it kind of, their dungeon master becomes kind of indifferent to them. It becomes untethered. It becomes this independent um, force of rule. So in some sense it becomes a kind of, they get so enamored in their own eloquent or elegant dungeon mastering that their dungeon mastering technique privileges its own internal consistency and coherence and efficacy over its ability to deliver one-sided or useful utilitarian sort of conveniences. So it's like a narcissist has become too clever for his own good or something like that, and he's rather in love with having a clever system of of objective deconstruction rather than having a kind of. So I do think that there is something about the collapsed narcissism which is capable. That is the kind of form under which that you can probably make real ground in proselytizing to someone who is in the vogue of Belial, the worship of Belial, is because at least then when they're in the collapsed narcissism phase, no, actually, because the collapsed narcissism phase is actually much more detached from the core of its own circuitry. So I mean, the real problem is in the dominant function and the parent function in the unconscious side of the mind. That's what decides if it is a worshipper of Belial or not, and that is where the rehabilitation will be. It will actually be in the circuitry itself to gain access to the recursive circuitry and then to reformulate the inferior function in the ego as only pertaining to the self and not to the environment, not to the collective. It's weird. I don't know. Maybe you can at least conceptually have that as a goal. But I mean, I understand that narcissists, at least themselves, seem to believe that they are really not in control of their own tendency and inclination, is if they're not conscious of their own ability to confabulate at all. Well, they are, but they're not. It's weird. It's that they have a kind of cold understanding that they have an awareness of these things, but they just don't care. And in some sense, the reason why they don't care is because their ego doesn't have an inferior function. Because their inferior function doesn't belong to them, it belongs to the collective. So, because they can just kind of project it onto a narrative, I mean, it's interesting because I also need to touch on why so much of what I'm describing, why there's so much overlap between borderline and narcissism. And I do think, and Sam Vaknin has made this point, is certainly correct, that that there is a primary, that people are primarily narcissistic, and then they will have a borderline sort of valence, or they are primarily borderline, and then they will have a narcissistic sort of defense mechanism or valence, which they can sort of distract themselves by using it as a distinct arm of some kind of defense mechanism or part of some overarching strategy of alloplastic defenses or alloplasticity, as I have tried to distinguish my concepts from. Anyway, I'm not going to go into that. But let me see if I can try and ground some of those things into what I've just been talking about, into the structures that I've been talking about. In some sense, I think that the recursive circuitry in a narcissist, in a Belial person, is going to be, in a collapsed narcissist, is going to be kind of like a free agent or a free roaming sort of dungeon master, that it's going to see the light shine on other people, and in some sense it's the expansion of the inferior function, the projection that the inferior function is putting onto the environment. It's homogenizing its own view, because in some sense the initial impetus of narcissism was to have an unassailable kind of invulnerability from the world. It's kind of a defense mechanism on that front. But then eventually it gets lonely, being, let's say, the lone dungeon master of your own universe. So then what they do is that the dungeon master starts to disassociate from your primary circuitry. The non your recursive circuitry starts to disassociate and become a completely independent unit. And that homogenizes itself into an introjective system, an introjective matrix of meaning and lots of things. And that unit has a very I wonder. I'm just trying to think if Sam Vaknin is himself Sadvaik. I think he is, but I mean, the main reason to disassociate yourself in the first place from your own recursive circuitry is to essentially preserve your subconscious dominant function and parent function, so that there's no contradiction to that. There's no unconscious revision of the subconscious dominant and parent. So Belial, in some sense, I think can be even understood as being, although it is the connection of the inferior function to the unconscious parent and dominant function. The reason why that's happening is because it's all the handmaiden of the subconscious parent and dominant. Which would mean that you can get Belial on any, or that structure exists on each guna, so that they're all capable of having a kind of Belial valence or structure. Anyway, some sense, I wonder if Sattva almost doesn't even have an automatic kind of Belial sort of projection going, because its dominant function and parent function is the same in its unconscious side of the mind as its ego side of the mind. But in some sense, it's nothing like necessarily like Belial, because it really just depends on their relationship with the subconscious dominant and parent. My view of my subconscious dominant and parent is just that it's poisonous, and that I naturally always knew that it was very vital to create a firewall between it. But that itself has caused an inverted kind of, I mean, perhaps this is what I was going on about when I was describing my own, what I called inverted borderline personality disorder. In which I was only looking at my unconscious inferior and sin. Because that is the same as my subconscious dominant and parent. And I wanted to be able to monitor that, and you can't monitor that unless you create like a hard partition. But I think that maybe a better model for not creating a hard partition, because I don't think necessarily a hard partition, I mean, that's what I did in practice, but it's perhaps not the healthiest way to do it. Perhaps a better way would just be to do the work of the fourth and the fifth church, and to read those things in Revelation, and then you can be connected to the subconscious dominant and parent, sort of understanding it in context. But I mean, I only am able to cobble that context together because I know the kind of the extraction that was taken from my ego. I know now that's where I'm what I used to call the prime death. I'm now associating with the inferior function in the ego. That contract that was extracted between the inferior function in the ego and the superego floating parent function, the false prophet. Because I know that, and because I know the dimensions from the 17 model that correspond to the subconscious dominant and parent, that's great. That means that, and if I correspond that to the fourth and the fifth church as mentioned in Revelations, then I can actually deal with the beast with 10 horns as a system. I mean, it's sad, I guess, but in some sense, I think that you do actually have to. you do have to work with the pathology to get it up into such a state where it's capable of being properly dispensed with. Because if you can't precipitate a clean inferior function, then you can't ever do the work of the crucifixion, which means you can't get the dominant function in the super-ego, which is the New Jerusalem. Okay, I've gone off the topic. I was talking about Belial and about how to rehabilitate. So how you would rehabilitate Belial. In some sense, I mean, it makes sense why people don't. I mean, in fact, a lot of people are like this. I mean, this is what I would call the 10-year-old, 11-year-old dilemma. This is what people are doing in their very early teens, or even maybe just at the beginning, just at the end of their preteens, 9, 10, 11. When you're 9, 10, 11, you are hitting this wall, maybe even 8, 8, 9, 10, 11, maybe 12. I mean, I don't know the ages of people in the current decrepit culture, but 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, that you are going to have people that have developed their unconscious dominant function and parent function, and then as soon as they start developing their unconscious inferior function, they are invalidating their subconscious dominant and parent, because the inferior function in the unconscious and the sin, especially the sin in the unconscious, means that the synthesis of the dominant function in the unconscious is not good enough, and that essentially the child function in the unconscious is being repudiated or being rejected or is being essentially dishonored. And if the child function in the unconscious is being dishonored, that means that the parent function in the subconscious is throwing a fit. So in some sense, the subconscious parent function does not want to endorse an unconscious that is precipitating a sin, because that was not the point of it. It was supposed to redeem. So the subconscious doesn't like being dishonored. In some sense, this is why I feel like almost developmentally you actually have to make a scission. You have to make a partition between the subconscious and the unconscious. I don't see a way around it. It's kind of like it's a bit of a fudge when it's occurring. It's literally a fudge in development, because now you see, like when you were 4 years old and 5 years old and going through the same bullshit as you were entering into the unconscious through the subconscious sin, because no one likes the subconscious sin, but at least you're 5 years old when you're doing it. You're maybe between the ages of 3 and 7 years old. So if you're between the ages of 3 and 7 years old and you're making your way into the unconscious side of the mind, you are dealing with it. You're dealing with it. But then when you make the transition from the unconscious sin into the ego, this is something that a lot of people never do quite right, and they can't do it because as soon as they commit to the unconscious sin, which gives them access to their ego, they are, in some sense, they are leaving the subconscious out to dry, and they don't know how to do that. I mean, I didn't know how to do that, or I must think about it carefully, perhaps. But I mean, I remember just saying to myself, that is something that you just actually have to leave as unfinished business. Because if you don't go forward, if you don't continue on, then there is no resolution. You're just stuck in a kind of in a stalemate, in a stymie. So you just have to kind of leave it there. But you have to try to not leave too many loose ends, but you have to realize that you are leaving loose ends. And you have to kind of, and that is how you lose yourself in the unconscious side of the mind, and that is why the rebirth by water, that is what the baptism is for. That is the baptism by water. um, and the water is, it becomes the environment, it becomes the culture, it becomes the societal language constructs or whatever. And in some sense, people, the whole Belial, that's what the whole Belial thing I think is actually built on. It is the inability to repudiate the subconscious, the inability to let go of Keegan stage 2 of what I want. What I want. How can what I want be sublimated and be hidden in mystery in the water, in the mystery, in the clouds? It's somewhere up in the clouds. So you're no longer looking for it because you forgot where you buried it, but you're looking in the clouds for it, looking through the mysteries. So growing up, and that is literally is a form of growing up. And in some sense, I think that has been currently lost in the current cultural. That used to be modeled to us. That used to be in the culture, but it no longer is in the culture. And so people are very psychologically, I would call them proto-fascists, essentially, because we've been indoctrinated by a kind of Asragoth, borderline, hybridized borderline sort of cultural hegemon, in which Belial is the only viable sort of psychological model. Anyway, so let me just center this on how I would heal, or how I would recommend fixing sort of Belial. So yeah, so you do just have to go through what I've just narrated in some senses. You have to actually recapitulate your missing developmental stage. And in some sense trade your subconscious dominant function and parent function for your unconscious inferior function and sin, which is also the ego functions death and child. And in some sense, that requires, again, like when I say these words, they're important words. This is what happens when you're 9 years old, 10 years old, 11 years old, 12 years old. You can't do this when you have a job. You can't do. You have to go back. You have to live in somebody else's house. You have to recapitulate your missing sort of childhood. You can't do this while you are. I mean, I don't. You can't do this while you're paying the mortgage. You can't do this while you're signing the checks for the bills or something like that. You have to. You really have to discover your recursive to to get the, this is what was trying to be written in the show. I can't remember the name of the show. It's embarrassing that I can't remember the name of the show, but I think it was called the Indomitable Kelly Schmidt or something. I can't. The Unbreakable Kelly. Yeah, it was something like the Unbreakable Kelly Schmidt, which was about a woman who was abducted by a cult and was taken into a doomsday cult, and she lived 20 years of her life. From the age of 10 she was abducted by a cult leader and indoctrinated to believe that, that the world was a nuclear wasteland and there was an apocalypse, and all this crazy stories about the world, just all completely crackpot, sort of atypical um, schizotypal, kind of fantasy stories. And then she comes out because he died of old age, because he was 60 years old when she was abducted, and they ran out of food, and so they opened the bunker, and then they escaped from the bunker. And then she was 30 years old, but she was basically a 10-year-old who had been indoctrinated by a cult leader. And so the Unbreakable Kelly Schmidt is all about her, like, learning to grow up as an adult in her 30s. And in some sense, this is exactly, I mean, in some sense, this is kind of what people need to do, is they need to refine the missing stages of development, which were essentially robbed from them because our culture has been completely indoctrinated with crazy ideology, with crazy feminist systemic oppression bullshit, um, that has completely also desexualized people. They are completely disassociated from their um, sexual energy and all these sorts of things, and they can't embody any of this stuff because it's all gated by their ideological narrative. Anyway, what's my point of all this? Is that I think that that's the biggest problem with the kind of Belial sort of thing, is that um, what can they do? Obviously, that whole example that I just gave, I think, is not a perfect example for a Belial thing, because that might be more associated with as as Rogoth. But what can I say? You see, the problem. You see, the thing is that when you're 9 years old, 10 years old, 11 years old, your environment says to you, "No, you're not allowed to do that. You're too young. You're not even 13 years old. You're not even 12 years old. I can't let you do that. You're not. I can't trust you. You're not responsible enough." So that is what you're told when you're 10, 9, 10, 11 years old or something like that. That you have quite a lot of autonomy. You can go and you can scuff up your knees skateboarding, but no one's going to let you play with flammable, propane gas or something like that. No one's going to let you go down to the store and let you buy something that can be turned into something. It's like there are certain restrictions, that there are certain limits, um, and in some sense you actually do need something of a culture that is at least being projected in your home basis. You need someone who is a role model, but not a role model in an inductive sense, in a prescriptive sense. You need prescription, and you need culture to respect that prescription. You need to be in an environment in which it's normalized, where the prescriptive morality that is being levied against you is actually normalized, in that people respect it. It is a social construct which in which conformity and deviance are concepts which are shared, because without that kind of normative matrix, you don't have the ability to have recursive reflection on your own mentality. It's like what Jung was saying when he said that you can't do psychoanalysis, or you can't do analytical psychology on someone who doesn't have a job. They need to have they need to have structure in their life. They need to have some model of structure. Some people develop that structure when they're 10, 11 years old, and then they're like bulletproof, and then you can do whatever the fuck you could think to do to them, and they would still. I can't think of a good enough analogy. I was trying to think of a like they will still function at a very sophisticated way, like uh, you can't hypnotize them. They're like, they can't, they're very resilient to hypnosis and suggestion, essentially. Whereas the sort of the Belial types are a kind of self-hypnotist. And I think that you do need to at least model and recreate some kind of norm, normative morality. I think that is the general solution that is missing from the Belial mentality, is a kind of normative morality, which is, perhaps you could get some kind of, no, you could, I think dialectical behavior therapy, if you took a variant, if you adapted dialectical behavior therapy to focus on normative, the development of a normative schema, a normative moral worldview. I think I mean, this is why I proselytize in the way that I do about my British political liberalism, and why I rail so hardly against Sam Vaknin when he gives his nihilistic little speeches, because I do think that they are part and parcel of his pathology. But anyway, or at least pale or indirect reflection of that. But okay, anyway, I've spoken enough on the subject. I think I have said some valuable things, at least in this recording. Let me stop this.